Recording in progress.
Hello, Roselli. Hi. Good evening. Oops, I'm missing. Hold on. Still missing. Thank you for your patience. We'll get started in about 1 minute. All right. What are we missing? Okay, so we're going to call ourselves to order. Today is Monday, December 5th. We'd like to welcome everyone to our regular board meeting. I'd like to start with our roll call. We still have a couple of board members not in the room, but they will be here shortly. Amanda, please.
Member Donnelly.
Here.
Member Higgins.
Here.
Member Holloman. Member Jacobs. Member Lessons. Member Wilson. President Bellamy.
Present.
And Member Jacobs.
Present.
Okay. All right, so all board members are here. We also have our student representatives. Ellie Shaw is with us tonight. We have Dr. Bryant, and we have numerous staff available, administrative staff that's available tonight. So our next would be our flag salute, and Ms. Shaw, when you're ready. The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, land acknowledgement, please.
On behalf of the Anchorage School District, I want to take a moment to recognize and offer gratitude for the sacred ancestral lands of the Dena'ina people. We acknowledge and appreciate that our offices, facilities, and schools are on these sacred indigenous lands, and we honor the traditional care that has been given to this land throughout generations. We are grateful for the opportunity to grow, learn, work, and create educational communities on this sacred land. We extend continued respect for the many cultures, creativity, and resilience of its Dena'ina people, indigenous peoples. Chanan.
Thank you. And again, welcome to our meeting. We would like to thank our parents, our teachers, our staff, students, of course, and our school business partners. Indeed, the entire Anchorage community for supporting the work of the Anchorage School Board. Your investment in our district with your time, your talent, and your tax dollars. So that brings us to our reports under item B. We do not have a military report tonight.
Madam President, we haven't approved an agenda
Oh,
yet.
I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. Yes. Member Holloman, are you
I'll
ready
move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay.
And I'd also like to offer an amendment.
Okay, hold on.
I'd like to add a...
Let's get a second.
Oh, second.
Second by Member Jacobs.
Okay. Move to amend the agenda by adding a major heading for new business after non-action items. So there's no place on the agenda for anyone to introduce anything.
So you want to add after non-action
New business in case someone had new business to bring to the board.
Okay, is that the motion is to amend the agenda? Second. By adding a space for new business for tonight's meeting.
Madam President?
Yes.
Yep, I guess I'm hoping for clarification from Member Holloman. Typically, our agendas are published in advance with an opportunity. Sorry. Question for Member Holloman. Typically, our agendas are published in advance with an opportunity for 72-hour notice, at least for the public. Can we identify just add the item now as part of discussion and have that dialogue now?
Well, that would bring it for consideration at our next meeting. So there would be plenty of advance notice, but it would just simply be introduced. It wouldn't be acted on.
Would it be possible just to add that item and name the item now and add it to the agenda instead of?
It's somewhat hypothetical for me. Although I do know that a member has business to present. I don't have a title for it at the moment.
So I guess I'm confused now. So we construct the agenda in advance.
Mm-hmm.
So you are now wanting to add a whole new item called new business so that you could bring up an item that we know nothing about.
Correct.
And why would you do that?
So that it could be considered at the next meeting.
So wouldn't that go under, you can add so you're adding a number 6 under G. Is that right?
It actually would be an H and push everything down a little bit. I'm sorry, but every meeting I've been in, there's a place for new business to be presented.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not disagreeing with that. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that has not been our process, Mr. Holloman.
Right. How would someone go about bringing new business to us?
So
President, I think what Member Holloman might be looking to do is just add a non-action item, which is effectually the non-action item is essentially our items for introduction that no action is taken on. And so perhaps you can just make an amendment to add a non-action item if that's what you're looking to do.
So I'm hearing two things, and I'm just trying to clarify. I hear Member Holloman wanting to add, to me, the place to recommend that we add an agenda item to our agenda is before the meeting, and we have time to discuss that addition of the item in governance, because that's kind of how we do business. For it to come up tonight as because that's why there is no agenda item for new business, because the board voted not to have that as an item on our agenda. So you want to reconstruct the agenda by adding an item and agenda, and it was the agenda. This is the same agenda we've used for the last 3 years. I know, since I've been on the board. We've never had a new business item on the agenda.
Okay.
Because we have our committees and because we have so many ways that members can get their opinions heard. But it's the motion before us right now, and I'm just trying to figure out where to put it. Is it G6 or is it H that you want to vote on?
It would be H, and it would just be a category so that if someone had business to present to the board, and due to our policy, it would have to be considered at a later meeting. It couldn't be considered in the same meeting unless it was an emergency. I can't think of another place on the agenda where that could happen. So my solution was to add a new business section in case someone had
this
something
agenda
like that.
with further discussion for a continuing. Mm-hmm. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, we could talk about that later, but yeah, my concern is simply tonight's meeting. Any other questions, comments?
Madam President, I guess I'll just circle back to our board policies indicate that an item shouldn't be placed on a regular meeting agenda less than 9 days prior unless there's serious operational effects. And so I think this is a great conversation. I just think we should have this in committee first instead of in front of a packed meeting room.
And I think, could you guys hear?
I think I heard it, but my understanding has always been that was for action items. The action items need to be on the agenda.
This just needs a board meeting agenda.
Okay.
And so I think this needs to be hashed out in committee instead of right now.
I have a point of. Oh, did you have your hand up? Okay, yeah. Member Lessons.
Sure. I had a point of clarification. If there's a time-sensitive matter, how does one work? How is something brought through a committee if that committee is not convening until.
Well, I would think you would let
In
the
an untimely
board
manner.
president know that you have a time-sensitive issue matter. And then depending on what that is, we would figure out how to get you information to address it. Other comments? Member Donnelly?
I think there's a distinction between having an item on the agenda for a new business and putting something on at that, under that item as a non-action item, because if it became a non-action item, then I think it would violate our rules and there wouldn't be adequate public notice. But I don't have a problem with having a new business section where something could be brought up, and then the board might vote to put it on as a non-action item at the next meeting. So I think there's a distinction there.
And that's exactly my point, Member Donnelly. Member Higgins, I see your mic's on.
Yeah, we are always discussing new issues, changes that we want to do, or things like this, and putting that in somewhat in a structured kind of basis may be beneficial from here on out anyway, as opposed to in the comments or in some other place, and we're discussing things that are not posted out there all the time. And this is only a discussion, if I understand that Member Holloman is doing, is saying something for the future that he would like to have a discussion with. So I'm confused about the limitation on that and kind of open to accepting it. Thank you.
So the motion before you, what is the motion, Amanda? To add new business to tonight's agenda.
So it's my understanding that it's to add new business under non-action items.
Okay. Member Wilson.
So lots of discussion. I'm still confused.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask that the discussion be moved to governance committee so we can have the opportunity to talk in better detail, because I'm not comfortable voting with something I don't have enough information to vote on or examples.
Madam
So
President,
if I might, yes.
I would second Member Wilson's motion to refer to committee.
So we have a motion before us to refer to committee. And second.
Point of order, in that the motion affects tonight's agenda, I don't see how it can be referred to a committee.
My response, I guess, Member Holloman, is you could, anyone could still make an amendment to the agenda. It would just have to take another form besides adding an entirely new section without any prior board discussion.
So my recommendation is to add it as the item 6 under non-action items is what I was trying to say. And then that would give you or whoever the opportunity to bring up whatever they want to bring up. And I would hope that we would follow our bylaws and at least let the people know who need to know on these surprise new business items, if there are a surprise. So the motion before us, so right now we have 2 motions on the floor in addition to the main motion. Our Member Wilson's motion is to refer to committee, to refer to governance committee for a deeper discussion on adding a whole new letter agenda item. It was seconded by Member Jacobs. Let's do a vote. A yes vote goes to committee for further discussion. A no vote moves us to the next amendment. So let's vote. Oh, I didn't turn on my computer. The motion before you is to move to governance. Is everybody electronic? Nope. Voice vote then.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
Member Jacobs,
Yes.
Member Holloman, Member Lessons,
No.
Member Higgins, Member Donnelly,
No.
President Bellamy.
Yes. So that motion, I think it fails. Yeah, fell 4-3. So now the next motion is to the placement of the item on the agenda. The motion is to place that item as H on the agenda. Unless the maker of the motion would modify it to put it under G6 so that if we're going to alter the agenda, then we need to do it the right way, is all I'm saying. But to get what you need tonight, I think you could get it under G6.
President Bellamy, I am fine in that it does bring it up, but I actually agree with what Member Donnelly said, that adding an item after our deadline to non-agenda items violates our policy. And I guess I'm looking at a structural change in categories on the agenda as not something that is necessarily against our policies. So that's more a technical issue than one of substance. I mean, adding a business item that we might discuss to me is a matter of substance. The categories on the agenda, not so much. But mainly just that we do need a place for members to be able to put business on the agenda before us without necessarily going through the committee operation. I am happy for this to get discussed in detail on governance. I think we can clean this up and make it a little more clear. But
So then the motion is just to adjust tonight's agenda
correct.
with new business under adding item H.
Yes, thank you.
Seeing no further, yes, Member Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I still feel like although I don't believe based on Member Holloman's response that it's his intent, I still think that this proposed amendment violates board bylaws 9271. It states that you can't add an agenda item unless it's could impact operations. And I think that we should modify that policy before moving forward with this. I don't have a problem with discussing it, but I think we're doing this in the wrong order. So I'm going to urge a no vote.
Thank you. See no other comments. Let's vote. The vote before you is a motion to add an item to tonight's agenda, to add H and move everything else down for tonight's agenda.
Member Higgins? Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Member Holloman?
Yes.
Member Jacobs?
No.
Member Lessons?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
No.
President Bellamy?
No. Yeah, it's not coming up. But that motion passes 4-3. So we are adding an H to tonight's agenda. And that would cascade all the others alphabets. So H, and then H becomes I becomes J, etc. All right. So now we can vote on the amended agenda.
Madam President, not an amendment, but if I might,
Yes.
I think traditionally we have 2 hours of public testimony. It appears we have 75 individuals registered to speak. But just to be clear, I guess I want to make sure that we're going to have an opportunity to allow everyone to speak and we won't limit testimony to 2 hours. I was hoping we could decide that at this point versus waiting until we run out of time.
So we normally allow an hour before, in the first part of the meeting, and an hour at the end. The hour before is pretty set unless the board wishes to change it. The hour at the end goes until everybody testifies.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. All right. So the amendment before you now is to approve the agenda as amended. Seeing no, is there any opposition to approving the agenda as amended? Right. Thank you. All right. That brings us to reports. We do not have a military report, so we are ready for our student report.
Alrighty, so SAB, or Student Advisory Board, held their last meeting on Tuesday, November 13th in the morning, where we heard from South, Diamond, Begich, and Polaris for school spotlight reports. As a group, we worked on a resolution titled Implementing a Mental Health Day Policy in ASD, brought to the table by Eagle River High School. We still had much discussion, so the resolution was tabled for the next meeting. Our next meeting is on Tuesday, December 13th at 11:15 a.m. and we will be hearing from Bartlett, Hanshu Central, and Golden View for our school spotlight reports. And that is all I have.
All right, thank you. And that brings us to our Go monitoring technical reports. Dr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam President. So today's focus is regarding reading proficiency. So if we go to the next slide, we'll go ahead and see that the board set a bold goal of increasing reading proficiency from 40 to 80% by 2026. I do want to note that since this goal was set, the state changed its assessment from PEAKS to the AKSTAR. So tonight will be a technical presentation for the first preview of those results, and then in 2 weeks we can have a robust conversation around what are the strategies moving forward. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see the overall progress towards the goal, which is far below the target. On the graph, you'll note that the solid lines are historical performance on the peaks, and on the right are the yearly targets. This year's target was set for 38.8%. Because the assessment has changed, the goal will need to be refined to reflect the new state assessment, AKSTAR. These goals were based on peaks, and it might be prudent to set a new baseline with this year marking that baseline. As you'll see in the upcoming slides, the percent meeting reading proficient is now 24.9%, and these sharp drops after shifting from peaks is consistent across the state. So if we can go to the next slide. So in light of that information, we wanted to show the board one potential refinement to the existing board goal. Given the new baseline, the board could potentially revise the goal from increasing proficiency from 25% to 65% in order to maintain the same 40 percentage point gain of the original goal. On the bottom of this slide is the description of the AKSTAR assessment design, which pairs a MAP growth interim assessment in the fall with an end-of-year AKSTAR assessment, as well as another MAP growth assessment in between. So there'll be 2 interim growth assessments followed by the summative MAP assessment in the spring. So the AKSTAR provides a unique testing experience for each student and provides a RIT growth score and a proficiency score. The RIT score is essentially a scale that makes it possible to follow a student's academic growth year over year, in addition to the more binary proficiency categories. Next slide, please. Again, if this goal were revised to account for a new baseline, this is what new annual targets could look like, with next year's goal being a 10 percentage point increase in proficiency. I will say this is just one potential option for the board to consider, which would maintain a 40 percentage point gain in achievement as the target. Should we adjust the interim targets, then of course we would adjust the color legend at the bottom of this graph accordingly. I also want to note that the MAP growth screening assessments are given 3 times per year, and they will provide RIT scores that will inform the teaching and learning strategies throughout the year to support students at the classroom, school, and district levels. MAP growth provides a projection of how likely each student is to perform on the summative test based on the data. So that's a very powerful tool that we can use to improve our instructional practices. Next slide, please. This slide is similar in format as in the past. On the left, you'll see the 2020-2021 peak scores by student subpopulation. And on the right, you'll see the AKSTAR score performance. Again, because AKSTAR is a new test design from peaks, it would be difficult to compare progress. On the most macro level, though, you will note that across all subpopulations, the percent of students meeting proficiency has decreased. This chart does compare participation rates between the 2 years, so that's something that you could look at going into our discussion in 2 weeks, and that has increased across all groups. So all of that to say, the peaks in AKSTAR should not be compared. AKSTAR is a new test design. Next slide, please. And the next 3 slides really will go into the district's plan for the how we'll address our strategies. So this next graph, you've seen a similarly formatted one in our previous discussions, but it summarizes the district's reading proficiency goals, areas of strategic instructional focus, and a chart that shows the continuous improvement model of collecting data and adjusting instruction and support accordingly. Next slide. And as I've shown the board in the past, this chart provides an overview of the 5 strategic pillars currently in place to support the board goal. They include curriculum, instruction, professional learning, data discussions, and multi-tiered systems of support. And this chart also shows the status of implementation across pillars. So we'll go to the next slide. We just have a few more for reading before we get into math. On the following 2 slides, we'll provide some supplemental information to put the latest AKSTAR scores in statewide context. So if you look at this graph, one of the thoughts that went through my mind when I saw such a stark decrease in proficiency scores from peaks to the new assessment was trying to understand the impact statewide. So as you can see, in 2021, Anchorage students were at 38.8 proficiency on peaks, a couple of percentage points above the state average. At the time, ASD reading proficiency came in 3rd out of the Big 5 districts of Alaska. Now, fast forward to 2022, you'll see that the state dropped 15.4 points compared to ASD's drop of 14 points. In 2022, it appears to have the largest percentage, ASD appears to have the largest percentage of students proficient among the Big 5. So we've gone from being ranked 3rd essentially among the Big 5 to being ranked 1 amongst the Big 5. Now, with that said, it is evident that there is a lot of work to be done both in ASD and across the state to improve student achievement. But I did want the board to understand the regional impact of the new assessment and other factors across the state. And this is another data point that the board can have in mind when we discuss potentially revising the baseline of the board's reading proficiency goal. This underscores that while the assessments are both tied to state standards, both are designed differently. And this makes it difficult to compare peaks with AKSTAR. One more slide. This slide just focuses on AKSTAR and shows participation rates and the number of students scoring proficient across the state. So that's the format and technical presentation for reading. I defer to the chair if we'd like to go directly into the math or if we'd like to pause for questions for reading.
So this one, thank you, Dr. Bryant. Our process is to present the technical report and allow for the next meeting is when we will go into our discussion of the report. So let's continue with the second report. And just to remind the board, we are a little bit behind on our calendar monitoring, so that's why we're doing 2. We did 2 last month and we're doing 2 this month, and that should catch us up. Thank you. Continue, Dr. Bryant.
No problem. So now we'll review the math proficiency technical presentation. This time I'll be a little bit more brief as this one is formatted very similarly to the previous presentation, and the similar trends are here. So on this first slide, the original goal was stated, which is to achieve 55% math proficiency by 2026. This again is another area where the board may consider adjusting the language due to the new AKSTAR assessment. Next slide, please. This slide is put together identically to the previous one. The solid lines represent historical progress on peaks, and the dotted lines represent our original targets through 2026. The goal overall progress, as you see in the red box, is far below. But as I noted before, the spring of 2020 to 2021 school year marked the end of the use of the state summative test peaks. We've now transitioned to a new assessment, and now this is an opportunity for us as a board to consider, should we consider a new baseline versus comparing the 2 tests on the same chart. Next slide, please. This slide shows one potential adjustment the board may consider in light of the new assessment and should we adopt this year's performance on AKSTAR as a baseline. We reviewed the bottom portion of this slide in the previous presentation, but in sum, the AKSTAR is structured as 3 assessments, 2 summative math growth assessments in the fall and winter, and a summative AKSTAR in the spring. So similar to reading, growth scores and projected student proficiency will be available with the math growth assessments, which is a powerful tool to improve instruction throughout the year and not just at the end in preparation for the next school year. So looking at this next slide, this is example if we did shift to this year's scores being the baseline, what our goal targets might look like. In this scenario, the target is 17.6 points from the baseline with a target increase of 4.4 points every year. We'd need to discuss at a later time what changes, if any, make sense given this information, but I did want to do my due diligence and provide at least one potential scenario for the board and myself to discuss at a later time. Next slide, please. And this slide in preparation for our discussion in 2 weeks breaks down performance data by student subpopulations. So again, on the left, you'll see that for 2020, 2021, that's the peaks data. On the right, you'll see the performance on AKSTAR for grades 3 through 9 on math proficiency. It's difficult to compare the 2 tests apples to apples, but you can use this to really study how participation has evolved between the 2 years, and then also use the 2 years of scores as kind of something to keep in mind. But for the reasons I described, it's hard to have an apple to apples comparison between 2 tests, though they are both aligned to state standards. Next slide, please. And this slide is different from the reading in that because the goal is grades 3 through 9, we wanted to provide the data broken down by individual grade level, and you can compare from the peaks performance data on math proficiency compared to the AKSTAR data on math proficiency. And the next slide will give you a preview into the how behind how the district will achieve these ambitious outcomes. This slide, again, it's very similar to the reading slide. It summarizes the cycle of continuous improvement. So I'll go ahead and hop to the next slide. And then as before, we break down our academic strategies into 5 major pillars. They mirror what was discussed with reading, the role of MTSS, data discussions, professional learning, instruction, and curriculum. And then this maps out where we're at in terms of implementing these strategies to achieve our goal. And then lastly, I did want to provide that statewide context because I know that might be something that comes up going into our more robust discussion in a couple of weeks. If you look at this slide, you'll see a similar trend from with the reading. ASD continues to have a higher average proficiency than the state average, and all of the big 5 appear to have experienced substantial drops after shifting to AKSTAR. And ASD currently has the highest percentage of proficiency at 27.38. But that said, we aspire to be much higher than 27.38. But that regional and statewide context is really important because I do think that that does make the case to seriously consider making some revisions to our baseline and goals moving forward. But we don't have to discuss or make a decision on that tonight. And then lastly, this is the same slide as we saw with reading, but it's for math proficiency, where it breaks down enrollment, participation rates, and percent of students proficient across the big 5. And you can see our participation rate for us and our peers. So with that said, that is the format and technical structure of the slides that we can discuss with our academic experts going into 2 weeks. And on that note, I will conclude my technical presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. Just a reminder to the board to submit your questions as they come up before our next meeting, hopefully within the next week or so, to give the staff time to make sure they research whatever your questions are. Thank you. So we're moving on now to our first hour.
Madam President?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify something.
Sure.
Under reading.
Which slide? Oh,
yeah, under the reading report, it seems like the recommendation here is to reduce our current proficiency goal by 2026 from
80% down to 65%, which is about if you relative to the total goal, about a 20% reduction in the goal. Is that right?
I think that was an example of what the board could decide. Only the board can decide on that trajectory, that goal, that proficiency goal. You just have to revisit it as a board, preferably at our next retreat, not the upcoming one, but the spring retreat.
Thank you. Yes, I want to be very clear that this was not an administrative recommendation, but we did know that the board might ask, is it on our radar that we may need to reconsider the baseline? Yes. And this scenario just reflects maintaining the 40-point growth that the board wanted to see between baseline and the end outcome. But of course, during our retreat, we can discuss perhaps looking at a very different target.
Okay. And just so the public could understand, the reason for that is that the assumed starting point has gone down rather about that percentage.
The assessment tool was changed.
Okay. Right. And not just for us statewide. So that's why I just wanted to bring up that this could be a point of conversation during our retreat.
Okay. Right. Seeing no other questions, let's move on to our public comment section. For the next hour, we will begin. I want to just go over a few rules. There is a blue and white sheet at the door that pretty much covers the decorum for our public comment section. So we are happy that you are joining us today. And if this is your first time, there are some pretty basic rules to help us navigate the decorum within the boardroom. During public comment, board members will not answer questions or engage in discussion with members of the public. This is the public's time to speak and the board's time to listen. A couple of rules. We use the Robert's Rules of Order to conduct our business, which includes the business of during public comments. As you will see on the blue and white sheet, some of those rules are, or the rules of the boardroom are, do not attack a member's or speaker's motives. Speakers may point out what he or she believes to be a natural consequence of a board action, but may not engage in speech that personally attack others. Refrain from disturbing the meeting. This basically means no cheering, applause, or outbursts. Attendees will not be permitted to interrupt the business of the school board. No profanity or foul language. Not to mention we have our children here with us tonight. I'm glad to see all you guys. No profanity or foul language. This is no place for that. There's no place in a public meeting for profanity and swearing. No waving of signs, flyers, or posters. If you have handouts that you wish the board to have, please give them to Ms. Foster, seated here to my left, and she will make sure that the board members receive them. And so with that, we want to start with I did miss a couple of points. As the president of the board, it is my duty to enforce these rules of civility and decorum. As such, and consistent with Robert's Rules of Order, I have the authority to rule any speaker out of order for violation of these rules or fail to conduct themselves in a civil manner. And so with that now, we will start off with our student testimony. Everyone will have 3 minutes. The timer will come up on the screen so that you can pace yourselves. And I will call you up 2 at a time. Please identify yourself before you start speaking. And then we'll get through as many of these as we can. So we will be starting our time now with Sarada Maledo. I'm sorry if I messed that up. And Ava Luers. Welcome. You have 3 minutes each.
Hi there. My name is Saradna and my sister's name is Sanaya. This is my mom, brother, and dad who's been very supportive of the love we have for our school. My sister and I have both attended CLAT for several years. My dad as well attended CLAT from 4th through 6th grade. We are a Samoan family, and in our culture, family is everything, and that is why we as a family call CLAT our second family. Music speaks to our family, and we hope this song speaks to you. Sometimes with decisions adults make affects us children. My sister and I just want to focus on learning and having fun here at CLAT Elementary School. This song we want to sing represents a dream about everything to be peaceful where kids can focus on learning and playing. CLAT represents a place where I feel comfortable and safe, also where learning is enjoyable and fun. Sometimes I lay under the moon, I thank God I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon, 'cause we're here for a reason.
Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I'll never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it will all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars. Let us choose and learn to play. One day, I'll pray. One day, I'll pray.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ava Lewis and Jamie Algen.
Hi, my name is Ava Lowers and I attended the last town hall at CLAT Elementary. Don't worry, I changed up the speech so you wouldn't have to hear the same things. Friendship. How intimidating it can be to enter a new school. Hint, hint. Everyone was a stranger to me entering my kindergarten year at CLAT Elementary. This changed though after interacting with Lana and Camila in kindergarten. We still remember our favorite game we played at recess called Family. We became very good friends and are still close to this day. As the years went by, I've become friends with many more students. Students such as Kaylee Lee, Habiba, Sophia, Zoe, Moana, Kasim, Kiara, Maho, Darlene, and Adrian, and many more. If CLAT were to separate into 2 different schools, my friendship with Sophia, Lana, and Moana would be impacted. I am only one example of many students who face impacts to their friendships. Supportive. I have worked very hard to have high academic scores that demonstrate I have mastered skills above my current grade level, which is 5th grade. Thankfully, I have received support in allowing my knowledge to progress instead of plateau, and this happened through the program of Ignite. I am happy to say that at our school, students have this opportunity. CLAT is a place where students with disabilities get the help they need. They even have their own room. We also have the Believe Room, which is a sensory room. Research shows students who have time in a sensory room can focus and do better in their classroom. Eventful. CLAT Elementary has a very active PTA. This has led to many fun events and a lot of students attend. Events such as movie night, trunk or treat, STEM night, turkey bingo, board game night, and much more. My favorite event is trunk or treat. My family and I put together a mad scientist lab. This is an educating station where we had a mini scavenger hunt and water bead, witch's cauldron. You would stick your hand into the foggy cauldron where you wouldn't see the bottom and grab a ping pong ball. You'd get a prize for whatever was written on it. I took this time to speak tonight to remind you that CLAT isn't just any other school. It is a friendly, supportive, and eventful school. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Can we have Ari Kaufman come up and take the seat next to Jamie, please? Welcome, Jamie.
Hi, my name is Jamie Algian and I go to Stellar Secondary School, but I swim for the East High School. When I first started swimming in March, I used to be super insecure and shy, but after I started getting really into it, it's helped me become better in talking to people and strangers, and maybe become healthier as a person and put me on a forward path towards my future life. And my thoughts on the board possibly outsourcing swimming is very appalling and disappointing to me that such a great sport could be outsourced, and some people won't be able to have the exact same experience as me, because not all people can afford the expenses that swimming has, and not everyone can afford the club practice. And I think high school should be about discovery and not limitation and restricting what you can do. And so again, it's a very appalling and disappointing to me that swimming could be outsourced. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much, Jamie. So welcome, Ari. And Molly, could you join us, please? Molly Worsham.
My name's Ari Kaufman. I'm a senior at West High School. When the possible cut to the ASD swim program was announced, I saw the level of concern not just in the swim community, but beyond. I started a petition because I wanted the school board to also understand the level of opposition to this. Over 2,000 people signed in the first 48 hours. That's unheard of in Alaska. Over 4,300 have now signed. 175 people left comments. I'm going to hand you each a copy of them. You'll see names you recognize and compelling reasons not to cut this program, reasons I'm sure were not considered when these cuts were proposed. You may be wondering why I care, since I'll be off to college next year. It's because I've grown as much through swimming as through anything I've learned in the classroom, and I want other kids to have this opportunity. Freshman year, I finished last in almost every race. This year, I set school records. I'm one of many kids who would have never even gotten into swimming were it not for high school swimming. The sport taught me discipline, hard work, perseverance, and that I'm capable of more than I ever would have imagined. I applied that motivation to do better in schoolwork as well, and swimming could help me get into college. I'd like to read you the language of the petition. Swimming is more than a sport. Alaska has the highest drowning rate in the nation. In a state full of lakes and rivers, swimming is a critical life skill that needs to be offered in our schools. Eliminating swimming would hurt the kids that need it most, those who can't afford the considerable expense of sending their kids to swim lessons or joining club swim programs. Swimming is one of the most affordable and accessible sports. Everybody gets to participate, from novices to state champions. Swimming improves kids' overall health. It's a high-intensity, low-injury sport that burns calories and builds healthy bodies. Swimming's proven to enhance kids' moods and minimize depression. Swimming also boosts academic performance. CDC and NIH studies show that students who start swimming at school age have improved confidence and language skills. Swimming teaches the value of discipline, commitment, and hard work, and other life skills like setting goals, teamwork, and time management. Budgets must be controlled, but cuts that make children less physically safe, less academically successful, and less able to contribute to society run contrary to the fundamental mission of any school district. To cut the swim program would be to abandon the core mission for which the ASD is funded. We encourage the school district to reject these cuts. Swimming can and must be funded. That's the petition that garnered over 4,300 signatures in just 2 weeks. I'll hand you each a copy. And as you can see, this is really important to a lot of people. Please support us, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. You may give your handouts to Ms. Foster. Welcome, Molly. Let's have Anna Brooks come forward.
My name's Molly Worsham. I'm a freshman swimmer from East High School. I'm here tonight because I'm worried about losing ASD support and funding for high school swimming. Even though I've been swimming club for many years, high school swimming has been a great opportunity to meet students that I wouldn't have otherwise met. At East High, 14 of the 18 swimmers on our team don't swim on a club team. Because swimming is a sport where no athletes are cut, everyone has the same opportunity to meet new people and improve their swimming skills. One of my good friends since kindergarten decided to join the team this year. She could make it one length of the pool at the beginning of the season. but by the end, she was a super confident swimmer and was able to easily participate in multiple 200-yard swims at practice. She will now have the gift of being a confident swimmer for the rest of her life. My mom has a story from when she chaperoned my younger brother's swim field trip when he was in 4th grade. Each kid that had to pass a short swim test or wear a life jacket. She was astonished to see that about 20 of the 30 kids did not pass the swim test. There was one kid in particular who said he could swim, but when he jumped in, he sank straight to the bottom and a lifeguard had to jump in after him. Either he was too embarrassed to say he couldn't swim, or he really didn't know he could not swim. With Alaska having the highest drowning rate in the nation, don't you think every kid should have an opportunity to learn to swim or improve their skills? Not every family can afford swim lessons or club swimming. High school swimming provides a fun and affordable way for any kid to learn to swim or improve their skills. If ASD no longer funds high school swimming, it threatens an equal opportunity for every student to join their high school swim team. We lost some kids off East High when our pool wasn't opened in a few years, and students needed transportation to get to other pools for practice. We will lose a lot more if swimming is outsourced and the fees go way up. After the East Pool reopened mid-season this year, there was an increase in interest to join the team. I really loved my high school swimming experience this year. I was proud to represent my school. I hope this season is not the last. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Molly. Alexa, could you join us, please? Alexa Cotter. Anna, whenever you're ready.
My name is Anna Brooks. I'm in 8th grade and I plan to attend Service High School next fall. I've been swimming since I was 3. I started with swim lessons at a few programs around Anchorage and joined the YMCA swim team when I was 8. I love everything about swimming and I'm already looking forward to being part of the Service High School swim team for the next 4 years. I know that not everyone has equal access to swimming. My parents wanted me and my brother to know how to swim and be confident in the water, especially living in Alaska where the rate of drowning is so high. They wanted me to have that life skill, and I feel fortunate that I was able to continue into the swim team after I completed all the levels of lessons. This is where swimming is different from other sports. Knowing how to swim can keep you safe, and knowing how to swim well can even save your life. High school swim teams allow anyone to join at any level, and that gives more students in our district access to this important skill. I know this is a really difficult time for the Anchorage School District, and my family has written our state legislators about the budget program. I hope you will also let our legislators know how many students and families keep showing up over and over, meeting after meeting, to speak up for the programs that mean so much to us. I'm glad you don't want to cut high school swimming, but I also think this needs to continue as an ASD sport and not be run by the organizations that support club teams. It's weird that the municipality of Anchorage charges ASD so much to use the pools that are connected to our high schools, but I think if you can talk to the people who run Central Area Swimming and other swim organizations in Alaska, there are probably lots of ideas and possible solutions. I love swimming for the Y, but I'm also really excited about swimming for my high school next year. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anna. Alexa, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Lindsay, can you join us? Lindsay Takatis.
My name is Alexa Cotter, and I'm a freshman from South Anchorage High School. I'm speaking to you today to share why high school swimming is important to me and why I discourage ASD from outsourcing it. I have been club swimming since I was 6 on the Anchorage YMCA swim team, and this was my first season of high school swimming. As many others have pointed out the many benefits that high school swimming brings to our communities and individuals, I'll testify about my own experience with high school swimming and how it has helped me. Like many other students, coming into high school was a nerve-wracking experience for me. As a freshman, I'm at the bottom of the food chain at a new school. Swimming started in the beginning of August, and I was able to meet other freshmen who were in the same place I was, and I was able to meet upperclassmen who gave me advice. One of the friends I made prior to the start of school was Lindsay. She moved to Alaska from Virginia during the 4th quarter of the school year last year and did not do club swimming before she started high school swim. Swimming allowed Lindsay to make valuable friendships and improve her skills. High school swimming provides an accessible opportunity for students to swim or improve their swimming. Throughout the season, I was certain that I loved it. I was able to see my personal growth as well as the growth of others around me. I was the only swimmer who came from another club team who was on the South swim team, while most experienced swimmers were predominantly from a different club team. You can imagine how I felt completely out of place. But despite that, I was able to be a part of a close-knit group who supported each other through swimming, as well as school-related problems and personal problems. I felt that anything I faced, I had a group to cheer me on. High school swimming has helped me feel like I belong somewhere and has created a group of students who support each other. This has been my first season. I hope it's not my last. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexa. Charlotte Griffin, can you join us, please? Lindsay,
Hello, my name is Lindsay Tatakis, and I'm a junior at South Anchorage High School. Ever since I can remember, swimming has been a part of my life. One of my very first memories was from Bartlett High School. I was reaching in to the water for a ball I had dropped in there, and my mom was telling me not to reach for it or I was going to fall in. And of course, I didn't listen because I was stubborn, and the next thing I knew, I fell in face first with all my clothes on. Looking back at that, I laugh, and I have so many memories just like that. And some of my favorite ones were from this year during high school swimming. My favorite was when I broke a minute in my 100 free. I was the happiest I'd been all season long, and all of that training and hard work had paid off. And I looked over and I watched my coach, Kenny, jump up and down with so much joy and a smile on his face. This recent high school swim season has been one of the best seasons I've had in my entire swimming career, and one of my favorite parts of high school. I've made so many more friends and reached my goals that I didn't think was possible, and all the fun memories I've made it worth high school swimming and all the hard practices. So please don't get rid of the sport that many people love, especially me. For some of us swimmers, it's not just swimming. It's a way to help us get scholarships for college and a way to make more friends and enjoy ourselves outside of school. It benefits me and many other people as a student, a swimmer, and a person. I've learned how to manage time, and I've become a better student for swimming. It can do the same for so many other students if you give swimming a chance. Future students deserve a chance to experience a true high school swimming season. Please keep swimming around.
Thank you, Lindsay. Zoe Finsel, can you join us? Whenever you're ready, Charlotte.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Griffith, and I'm a freshman at South Anchorage High School. I'm here today to ask that you don't take away funding for our high school swim teams. I've been swimming on a club team for over half of my life, and this was my first year swimming on the high school team. Joining this team has helped me in many ways during the transition of middle school to high school and many things beyond that. When I started swimming in August, I wasn't sure what to expect, but my experience with my coaches and teammates was one of the best and most fun parts of my first semester of high school. I met so many people during the season, and ones that I knew already I grew closer with. Starting the school year with many new people and friends definitely helped me get through my first semester of high school. Not only for me, but many others that I know benefited as well. I believe the swim team gives incoming students a great opportunity to create community within our large schools. During the COVID lockdowns, I felt isolated and disconnected from my friends. Swimming was the only sport that opened up in the very beginning. It was the one thing I could count on to have an opportunity to get out of my house, see friends, and be a good physical outlet. It was one of the only things that felt normal during that stressful time. I knew I wanted to work hard and continue to swim so that I could join the high school team when I became eligible. If we can open our pools during the pandemic, I believe we should be able to keep swim open during a regular school year. Please do not outsource the swim and dive teams. Swim and dive is a no-cut sport. All are able to participate. However, outsourcing our sport would make it unaffordable for so many. Please allow my teammates and I to continue to compete and practice together. We are all asking that you would keep high school swimming available to everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charlotte. William Kitchen, can you join us, please? Zoe, whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Zoe Fensel. I'm a sophomore at South Anchorage High School, and I've been swimming since freshman year and before that on a club team for 8 years. Thank you for allowing us to share our voices and opinions and having everyone here tonight. Swimming is such an important part of my life and so many others, not only because of the workout, but because of the friendships that result from being a part of a sport. While club swimming feels more individualized, high school swimming feels more like a community. Everyone is one team rather than an individual. I know you are all faced with the seemingly impossible task of trying to find necessary funding for schools. However, I think it could be beneficial to try and find ways to reduce costs from every sport rather than outsourcing one or two individual sports and communities.
Perhaps a committee could be formed with representatives from each sports to identify cost-saving measures across all sports. As Aristotle said, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. As swimming is one of the parts of the whole, it seems more rational to try and keep all sports accessible, thus preserving the whole of ASD athletics. I'm currently taking an AP seminar class at my school, and during that class, we had to write a research paper. Part of what I wrote about was a strong correlation between happiness and participating in sports. I was able to find that there was a correlation between sports and happiness. This is partially because of the community and friends. I know personally high school swimming brings me so much joy. Getting to see my wonderful coaches every day and talking to my friends automatically makes my day better. High school swimming is a no-cut sport, making everyone able to experience this joy without the pressure of being the best or judgment based on your ability. Swimming is such an amazing sport, and it means so much to so many people, and I hope you consider keeping it funded.
Thank you, Zoe. Megan McLaughlin, can you join us? William, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here. My name is Gavin Kitchen, and I am a senior captain and four-year swimmer from Service High School. This year, our boys team won both regions and state swim meets. I sit here today to highlight a few reasons why cutting high school swimming from the Anchorage School District is a huge mistake. First off, I'd like to say that I have grown up around the pool and swimming my entire life. With my dad being a high school and club swim coach, I have been a part of this community ever since I could walk. Being on deck year-round as a child and a swimmer myself, I can tell you that club and high school swimming have very different energies and serve different purposes. Yes, many clubs offer swim lessons, but these are mostly geared towards toddlers and young children. High school offers a place where teens that may not have the opportunity to join a club or are insecure when it comes to doing swim lessons with a group of kids much younger than them will feel more comfortable to pursue their interest in learning to swim and get better help than any club lesson program can offer. Every year, at least 1/3 of service high school swimmers have never been taught to swim. According to the CDC, in the U.S., there's an average of 11 deaths from unintentional drowning every day, and Alaska has the highest rate of deaths to drowning, being 4.75 deaths for every 100,000 people. Cutting access to learning how to swim is irresponsible, as it adds to our state's proportionally high risk of drowning. Providing an opportunity to learn how to swim is essential, especially in Alaska. At the end of the season, most of these very kids who have never learned to swim are competing at regions. This is a huge jump in skill level to achieve in only 3 months, one not achievable in a club setting. For the kids who are on club teams year-round, high school offers a challenging season to improve speed and strength in only 3 months. During high school, we have different goals, different focuses, and more motivation than any time of the year. To take this all away would be detrimental to the Alaska swimming community as a whole, as Anchorage makes up a huge majority of the state swimmers and finishers every year, being the 18th largest swimming city in the U.S. and among the fastest growing. With all this in mind, I strongly encourage you to reconsider your position and not cut/outsource and allow Anchorage School District high school swimming to continue to grow and flourish. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, William. Caden Cullender, can you join us, please? Megan, whenever you're ready.
My name is Megan McLaughlin, and I have been swimming as long as I can remember. Next year will be my last year swimming at South Anchorage High School. Swimming has not only given my life consistency, but also taught me what it means to work hard. It has given me long-lasting friendships, bonds, and memories that I will never forget. I don't think you realize how big of a role high school swimming plays in all of the things I just mentioned. High school season is something that swimmers, club or non-club, look forward to all year. Club swimmers make up half, if not more, of the high school swim population. It is a team environment that includes all kinds of people, from barely being able to make it across the pool to people breaking state records or even Olympians. That is the beauty of high school swimming. Nobody gets cut. Everybody is welcome to come have fun, no matter how big or small their goals might be. It is a sport that celebrates diversity and crosses all socioeconomic boundaries. Not to mention, swimming also happens to be a very equal opportunity sport for girls and boys, which helps to keep ASD's Title IX compliance. I took over Lydia Jacoby's position at Alaska Swimming's as Alaska Swimming's elected senior athlete representative on the 12-member board of directors that govern swimming in Alaska. I attend meetings with the reps from all of the states in the Western Zone, as well as the meetings about swimming in Alaska. It is my job to advocate for the swimmers in our state. Usually my job stays out of high school swimming, especially issues involving just one area of the state. But unfortunately, this decision affects the entire Alaska swimming community. There won't just not be a high school swim season for Anchorage, but without Anchorage, the season will most likely be canceled or severely limited for all other regions in Alaska. Of course, it's not cutting swimming though, only outsourcing it. While outsourcing isn't an option for swimming, I wish it was, but sadly the only options are high school swimming or no season remotely close to high school at all, without half of the swimmers that make up that community. There are other ways to lower the budget that keep all sports alive. I'm begging you to listen to the 4,300 voices that signed the petition we created for the sake of all Alaska high school swimming participants.
Thank you very much. Let's have Tana Starwalt join us. And Kaden, whenever you're ready.
My name is Caden Colander, and this is my second year of high school. I started swimming when I was 11. At the time, I was overweight, physically inactive, and had little self-discipline and was self-centered. I was antisocial, incredibly introverted, and almost never stepped outside my comfort zone. Cut to 5 years later, I am very fit and at a healthful weight. I understand the value of consistently working hard and being disciplined. I am still introverted, which is not a bad thing, but now I'm able to have real conversations with people, and am able to make friends. These past few months of the high school swim season have been among the best in my life for personal growth. I achieved many personal bests during the high school swim season. I have gotten far closer to several of my teammates and have been able to step outside my comfort zone on a regular basis. I would be devastated to see high school swimming get axed. I have personally seen how effective it is for growth. I believe we should keep swimming not just for the swimmers now, but specifically for the younger students. My younger brothers, for example, have recently gotten into swimming. They are ages 12 and 9 and could benefit a ton from high school swimming, just as I have. The social aspect of being part of a high school team would benefit them more than words can give justice. I hope they have the opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caden. Emmanuel Bloom, can you join us? Tana, whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Tana Cyril, and I am a sophomore at Betty Davis East Anchorage High School. I participated in high school swimming the last 2 years, and it's my favorite part of school. Even though I enjoy club swimming, there's just something different about high school teams. On the East swim team, there's a great community. The friends that I made through the team are stronger than most I've experienced in high school. There's a security knowing there's no judgments and the friendships last. If high school swimming was cut, this community would no longer exist. One of the reasons this community is so great is because our pool reopened this fall. We no longer had to drive all the way to Bartlett, but simply had to walk downstairs. We finally had enough lanes for our growing team. Last year, we only had about a dozen swimmers, but this year we had nearly 20. As the season was coming to a close, there was even some kids stopping by to see if they could join. Swimming is not a dying sport, but rather the opposite. It will continue to grow, but only if it's given the chance. If high school swimming was cut, club swimming would be the only option. I'm a club swimmer myself, so I'm not against clubs, but they simply do not teach kids to swim. A good quarter of the East swim team every year is brand new swimmers. If they were to join a club, they would probably be much more behind than they are on their high school team. In fact, many new swimmers would probably not even join a club, as it is much more expensive than the high school season. These kids may never learn how to swim, and in this great state, swimming is an essential life skill. High school swimming is mine and many other kids' favorite time of the year. It is growing and it saves many lives. Please do not cut it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tana. We're now moving to online. First, we have Emmanuel Bloom. *6 to unmute, Emmanuel.
Hi, I am Emmanuel Bloom, and I am in 3rd grade at Denali Montessori. I have been in Ignite for 2 years, and it's been a joy. We should keep Ignite because Ignite has taught me ways to expand my mind in many different ways, like the challenges scattered around the room. The Ignite teacher is always telling us to challenge ourselves, and that keeps me motivated all day. Ignite is the star of my week. Monday and Tuesday aren't half as good as the rest of my week after Ignite. I love Ignite, and I'm sure many other people do. So I think that for the love of me and many other people, Ignite should be kept. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Next, we have Isis Bloom in the room. If we could have Paul.
Hi, my name is Isis Bloom. I'm 5th grade and at Denali Montessori. And I would like to keep Ignite. I want to keep Ignite because Ignite has changed my life completely. And Ignite challenges my mind and stretches it out. Ignite is the best part of my week and has one of the greatest teachers. And if this is my last year in Ignite, I want to try to make a difference for all those kids who want to be Ignite or who already are Ignite and love it. Ignite has changed my life completely. And if Ignite challenges my mind, Ignite didn't only make my personality and mind better or more complex, but it also changed a bunch of kids' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Isis. So now we're back in the room with Paul Kavankara and Faith Elena Monahan. We'll come back. Okay, let's have Faith and Miles Costello. Why don't you come forward? Okay, Roman Billing. Okay, thank you. All right. So let's start with Faith whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Elena Monahan, and this is my first time speaking in public. I am here to talk to all of you about high school sports. I am a junior at Diamond. However, this is my first year as a high schooler in the public school system. Since COVID-19 caused the schools to switch from in-person to online. That happened in my 8th grade year. And since then, I have done the online schooling as well as homeschooling. Now, I am back in public school. At the beginning of the year, I did not know many people at Diamond. Then my family encouraged me to join the Diamond swim and dive team. This was to be my first high school sport, and I knew how to swim, but I did not know how to dive. I started out by just watching the practices for a week, and then chose to join the team. And I was hooked on diving. On my second official practice, I was doing a back dive, and I landed wrong, kneeing myself in the eye. Ouch. I ended up having to get 3 stitches in my eyebrow. That did not stop me. In fact, I could not wait to get right back on the board. I was so eager to return to diving as soon as my stitches healed. I would like to give a shout out to Coach Matt for his patience and guidance throughout this adventure. I have several invisible disabilities. High school diving gave me the opportunity to try something new. I enjoyed the smaller group because it felt less overwhelming and helped me build confidence in myself. While diving, I was able to work on being aware of my body and improve my balance. Coach Matt taught me to keep my head on the deck. This is a great focus tool that can be used in diving as well as other aspects of my life. Everybody can benefit from this tool. There is a diving club in Anchorage, but it is all the way across town. It is difficult for my family to commute all that way, so without it being a high school sport, I would not have found my love for diving. This year, I had the opportunity to learn several dives and was able to participate in the Cook Inlet Conference region for the preliminary round.
You have 30 seconds. Keep going.
It is my goal next year as a senior to make it to finals at state. Please help save high school swimming and diving for people like me.
Thank you, Elena. Next, Sam Randall, can you join us, please? Roman, whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Roman Billings, and I'm a diver at Diamond High School. I'm here to talk about why we should keep the diving program and the swimming program too. So many people join the diving program as new divers who've never dove before. And what they have to learn is to be persistent and to overcome their fears, because that's what diving is about. It's about getting up on the boards, and no matter how you're feeling, how scared you are, or whatever you're thinking about, you just have to go and do your dive. Diving also helps people stay in school. Me personally, I was holding about a 1.9 GPA at the beginning of the diving season, but diving was able to motivate me to bring that up to around a 2.0 so I could go to state this year. Many people support diving and support swimming too. There's a lot of coaches and parents who are willing to put hours of time into diving and swimming. Also, the state legislature has recently funded the replacement of all diving boards at ASD schools. I would hope that the school board can follow suit and also support diving as much as the legislature does. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. Isaac Leader, can you join us, please? And Miles, whenever you're ready. Are you Miles? No, Sam. Sorry, Sam.
My name is Sam Randall. I'm a freshman at Diamond High School, and I swim mostly the 100 fly, but I've swam other events. And I play the trombone, which I started in elementary school. Swimming is a great exercise, and it's a good coping mechanism. It's brought me through some really hard stuff, just the exercise part of it. It's a great thing to focus on. High school swimming is cheaper than club, and like has already been said before, it is a completely different feel than club swimming. I have grown a lot closer to the team. I've improved my friendships. I've met one of my best friends who I probably wouldn't have met otherwise because she joined high school swimming. And it's just a lot more fun and light. It's easier to jump into high school than it is to jump into club. I started swimming club a few years ago. I had no idea what I was doing. I could barely make it across the pool. If someone had told me I would be swimming at regionals in 3 months, I would have laughed at them. I have seen people in my situation jump into high school swimming, the same amount of experience, and they swam at regionals. It is easy. It's a good sport for beginners because it's low pressure. There's no cuts. Anybody can do it. And there's meets every week, which are great for a lot of progress really quick because there's a lot of opportunities to improve. I cut off 4 seconds in a sprint event, which is a lot because of how much meets there were. In addition, you guys are considering cutting elementary school band. This is also a mistake. I was here a few years earlier to testify to keep Ignite. You guys, I don't know if it was you specifically, but people said, we will not cut elementary band and orchestra or elementary art because we are a school district that prides ourselves upon our fine arts programs. Where is that mindset? Elementary band and orchestra are also easy to jump into because no one knows what they're doing. It's super low pressure, and it's also a good coping mechanism for people who are going through hard times. If I was told to start my instrument in middle school, I don't think I would have done it. But now I made it to All-State this year because I had a good teacher and good opportunity to learn in 6th grade. Music and swimming both improve learning. They're good mental challenges. They will improve your test scores more than almost anything else. And if you cut high school swimming, you are telling us we are less important and of less value than football, basketball, baseball, all the other sports that you won't be cutting. You are telling us we are less important than them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And I see we have Paul. You ready? And let's have Isaac Leiter come forward as well. Whenever you're ready, Paul.
My name is Isaac Leiter. In my regular 5th grade classroom at Government Hill, we have plenty of screen time. I learned Spanish on the Chromebook, English on the Chromebook, complete tests on the Chromebook, and my map and STAR testing on the Chromebook. We learn math on the TV screen, reading on the screen, social studies on the screen, and grammar for Spanish and English on the big TV screen. Once people finish with their iReady lessons on their Chromebooks, they play two-dimensional Minecraft, Geometry Dash, which is a video game, etc., on their Chromebooks. My Ignite teacher has resourceful, thoughtful methods and collaborative ways of broadening our thinking. We use riddles and logic reasoning that combines art, science, language, history, mechanics, you name it, he teaches it. I learn Chinese logic games that teach how reason can help solve simple life problems. We go outside to use nature as a source for our haikus and limericks. In Ignite, instead of passive learning through computers, we use different ways to learn. I remember in second grade using my hands to fold a paper origami fish using 1,000 folds from 100 pieces of paper folded 10 times each. The small muscle memory in my fingers improved my handwriting skills while introducing me to multiplication. Another Ignite project taught me the Yupik language as I used geometry and math to carve, file, and paint Yupik hand drum. In another project, I learned the parts of the whole brain and nervous system and what each system does in the body. I will use my hands to dissect the lamb's brain and feel the squishy tissues. My Ignite teacher shows me a world with a broader perspective than with a TV screen. A computer cannot mimic smelling, feeling, touching, discussing, moving my body, and collaborating with people or experiencing life to learn. Please keep the Ignite teachers that create this unique, creative, and dynamic program in our schools. I already have plenty of screen time all day during school. I do not wish for more. Thank you for your time and your work.
And thank you very much, Isaac. Let's have Grace Morton and Julian Stout come forward. Hello. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm in 4th grade at Tenelli Elementary, where Miss Jenna is the teacher for Ignite. I started last year in 3rd grade, and since then, it has become one of my favorite classes and places to be. The class size is smaller and full of kids like me. I'm able to think at my own speed instead of at the pace of the class. In Ignite, I am really challenged, and sometimes I don't even figure out the answer to the question. The interactive activities are above and beyond my normal classroom, and they are extremely fun. This is why the board should continue the Ignite program the way it is now. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you, Grace. Julian, whenever you're ready.
My name is Jillian Stout. I am in Ignite at Trailside Elementary School. I am in 5th grade. I'm here tonight to encourage you to keep Ignite in schools. One thing Ignite has helped me with is confidence. Speaking up and sharing my thoughts was hard at one point. Ignite has a smaller class with students who are more like me. As soon as I gained confidence in Ignite, I poured that confidence into my classroom work and did better. Another thing Ignite helped me with is rethinking through problems. Ignite has more challenges that force me to think differently to get around them. I noticed this and started applying these skills in the classroom. I not only learned something new, but I also got better grades. My Ignite class is currently studying physics through golf. It has opened my eyes to show me how amazing physics and golf are. I am actually more interested in the subject than I was before. Ignite has built my confidence and has given me a new perspective on how to succeed in the classroom. I encourage you to keep Ignite in schools. That is all. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Jillian. Let's have Ariel Atkins and Cameron Rogers. Ariel Atkins, Cameron Rogers. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the chance to speak
to you tonight. My name is Cameron Rogers. I'm a third grade student at Clatt Elementary. I've been a student at Clatt Elementary since kindergarten. I would like to share 3 reasons why I don't want Clatt to close. I have made some great friends I've known since kindergarten. I don't want us to be separated. Some of us would go to Campbell, while others would go to different schools. This would be unfair. Number 2, there are awesome teachers and staff at Clatt. They are respectful, supportive, and nice. They make learning fun. Once a week, I get to go to the Belief Room, a calm sensory room. There is only a handful of these types of rooms in the district. Clatt is a lucky to have one. It is the best room to go to if you just want to relax. Number 3, Clatt is a safe and caring community. We take care of each other. I always feel safe at Clatt. It's like my second home. During the pandemic, when we couldn't go to Clatt, my teacher brought my homework to my house. They made sure I had what I needed. Overall, Clatt is a huge part of my life. I would be heartbroken if it closed. I don't want Clatt to close. I'll be Clatt Pula forever.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Ariel?
Good evening. Thank you for hearing my statement. My name is Ariel Atkins from Lakewood Elementary, and I am in the 6th grade. I wanted to speak about terminating the Ignite program in elementary schools next year. I've been in the Ignite program since the 3rd grade. It has given me countless opportunities. While being in the program, I had diverse experiences that I wouldn't have in a normal learning environment. I can guarantee that I wouldn't be learning about the physics that happens in golf or making a food truck that's actually functional in business. Ignite gives me chances to think outside the box and taught me that it's okay to have my own ideas and how to build off of each other. I know people that would barely be able to speak with 2 people and now can speak in front of 11 with a clear and confident voice to share what they have to say and mean it. I want the grades below mine to have the same chances that I had. Additionally, this program is the only thing that high level or even just on level kids in elementary get increased enrichment from. I understand that kids with below grade level need to be brought up, but what about us with different needs? We should be raised higher too and be able to embrace thinking differently, not brought down from thinking differently. Please do keep Ignite intact. A lot of people depend on it. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much. So now we'll move into, 3 more. I think Sophie Desjardins and Everett French. Whenever you're ready.
Sophie's second speech. Good evening, school board members, parents, community members, students, and ASD staff. Hello, my name is Sophie Desjardins, and I spoke at the last school board meeting about saving the 6th grade band program and avoiding moving 6th grade to middle school. In my last speech, I asked the following 3 questions. First question, if you cut out 6th grade elementary band and orchestra, what will you replace it with? That will fill the void of educating all students for success. Second question, is there an activity that can replace 6th grade elementary band and orchestra and can bring together 94% of the entire Anchorage school district, 6th graders school district in one place for a sonic boom concert with 2,000 6th graders in attendance? Now, before my third and final question, I would like to support the validity of these questions with 4 talking points that need to be considered that support my
constellation. Point 1. If we move sixth graders to middle school, we will lose 50% of the students in the programs due to classroom availability. There aren't enough band rooms to teach 2,000 kids in our middle schools. Point 2. As a result, over half of the students will have to start band and orchestra in 7th grade or not at all, because starting band too late puts upperclassmen in middle school, putting peer pressure on kids not to take classes with younger classmates. Point 3. Dr. Bruce Wood, a former music supervisor argued that 45-minute band class 3 times in 6th grade is the absolute minimum amount for a viability music in 2015, when this topic came to reduce the 6th grade band program to twice a week. Point 4. I will add to Dr. Bruce Wood's argument to say that the skills needed to learn an instrument that are being taught as early as 4th grade and permanently by 5th grade band music programs in the lower 48. As a result of cutting the band program in more than half by moving middle school, you are effectively taking the legs out from underneath the secondary music programs. All the way through high school, teachers will still be teaching beginning band level skills to students high school because there is not enough. Okay.
Thank you, Sophie.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Elena Robles, can you join us, please? And Everett, whenever you're ready. It's on.
Excellent. Good evening, members of the Anchorage School Board. My name is Everett French, and I am a sophomore at Betty Davis East Anchorage High School, and I have been swimming most of my life. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the East High Swim Team, all of the swimmers that love their sport, and most importantly, my close friend Andrew Harmon, who wrote this speech but could not make it here tonight. This is what he wrote. Before joining East High School swimming as a freshman, I could hardly swim without panicking and stopping. Now, as a sophomore, I'm a confident swimmer, even completing the 200 IM, even competing in the 200 IM, which consists of a 50-yard leg of each stroke at Regents this year. My experience is just one of many examples of high school swimming. Everyone deserves the opportunity to learn to be confident in the water without breaking the bank. Cutting the budget for high school swimming is not the answer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alana Robles, and I am a senior at Alaska Middle College with my affiliate school as Bartlett. For me, swimming is a very big part of my life. Sorry, I can't speak in public.
You're doing great.
My first memory in the water is at 3 with my aunt, and we always got a vanilla ice cream afterwards. And so I swam all 4 years of high school for her, and it's helped me through so much going on in my life that I don't know if I would be able to overcome without the physical exercise and the support of my team and my coach. My team has allowed me to expand on my abilities to speak in public and feel comfortable among others. And it is such a big part of so many people's lives here in Alaska. Bartlett is not a competitive team at all. I have seen so many swimmers this year come in who have never even touched the water before. And I've watched them drown and laugh about it and then go on to swim another 100-yard race. And it's just so awesome to watch them improving. I myself have gone from swimming 100 yards to this year tackling the 500 yards every single race. For me and so many others, swimming is a way to do something outside, get to meet new people that normally we wouldn't be able to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call David Northrup, Mary Cruson up, please. Did I skip another one? So online, we have Danielle Kemp, And he's not there. Let's have Miss Krista Sandhoffner. All right, Mr. Northworth.
Yep, thank you. It seems like you accommodated me as I have to catch a flight, so I'll speak quickly and appreciate it. First, regarding CLAT, I learned today that there is actually not now a repurposed plan for CLAT, as Highland Academy does not want the choice to move there. Yet CLAT is still on the list to close, and they are not given the same choice that apparently Highland is afforded. This continues to make little sense to me. If you close CLAT, Campbell will become the largest elementary school in the district. Next year, enrollment at Campbell will be well over 120% capacity. That is almost 600 kids in a school designed for 497. Remember, CLAT is at 92% capacity with over 125 ELL students. CLAT is essentially an English immersion school, which the board obviously found some value in. And CLAT also, apparently, I believe, only has a single combo class. And I know that combo classes are another area that the board is looking at and the district is looking at. The Diamond Estates kids make up the majority of CLAT, and they would be lost in the larger proposed school. As the board president stated even today, she herself was lost in larger class settings during the work session. Now, regarding Inlet View, this is a school that is surrounded by low capacity schools, and we're looking to rebuild it when we're closing schools. ASD is looking to minimize their footprint, yet build more facilities. I've been told by a board member that the neighborhood needs a walkable school. And I only ask that you consider that for, again, the Diamond Estates kids that get bused 8.7 miles to Golden View. Why can't they have some stability in their schooling? As the district knew of this impending enrollment and fiscal cliff crisis, it still chose to spend $3.3 million in design work to build a school when we're trying to reduce our footprint. As the administration has said, that's one of the things the state's been asking for, but yet we're plowing all this money to build further infrastructure while we're reducing it. And again, Inlet View is surrounded by low capacity schools. So a thought is maybe while we consider what we're going to do with Inlet View, maybe that school gets closed. We don't displace other people. My assumption is when this remodeling or rebuilding at Inlet View occurs, the school's going to be closed anyways for some period of time. And yes, I say this as a resident that owns a house in South Addition. I'm going to just jump ahead. There's a lot of things that kind of came out today. And one thing I hope on Saturday's exercise when the board is moving the cards around with what to cut and maybe what not to cut and what's off the table. I hope each school is on an individual one because each school needs to be looked at for its merits. And hopefully over this period, you've understood that CLAT has a lot of things that don't seem to coincide with what the board's looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, let's have Krista Sandhoffner and Jessica Lowers. Yes, whenever you're ready.
My name is Krista Sandhoffner, and I've been a teacher at CLAT for 16 years. I'm here tonight to talk about a solo field trip I went on yesterday and to bring some of my sixth graders' voice to you since they physically cannot be here tonight. It has been stated over and over that the district knew we needed to take care of that group, referring to our Diamond Estates kiddos. That the goal is to move them to a closer school so they have opportunities to participate in after-school activities because they can walk or bike home on the Campbell Creek Trail. This is being considered a positive. After my solo field trip yesterday, I can guarantee that there would not be one person in this boardroom that can confidently say that they would allow any of their 5 to 11-year-old kids to walk from Campbell Elementary School to their house in Diamond Estates. I got back in my car appalled yesterday that this is even a consideration by people within a school district that would propose this. This is by no means a positive, but in my opinion, a future full of putting young kids in dangerous situations. I will email you my video and pictures of the swastika graffiti, broken glass, and open water I encountered. Class 6th grader Maria stated, I also don't think that people that live by Diamond Estates should have an option about going to Campbell and calling it safe to go biking by the trail. I live in Diamond Estates. I've been through the trail multiple times. It's not safe. There's homeless people who steal stuff. My dad got robbed by one. It's also very dangerous. There's lots of animals on the trail, such as bears, moose, and fox. Class 6th grader Logan stated, my parents would not let me walk the trail from my house in Diamond Estates to Campbell Stem, and I wouldn't want to either. Class 6th grader Haliba stated, I don't feel safe going on the trail because there are dangerous people and broken glass everywhere. My friends and I have gotten lost because there are lots of turns and different routes. Class 6th grader Nicole stated, the trail is very unsafe. It is filled with drug addicts and it is very easy to get lost on. According to the ASD website, our neighborhood elementary schools all share a goal of promoting student excellence in a safe, positive environment. Is sending kids ages 5 to 11 across 76th Avenue down Ravina Street with no sidewalk on a trail with bears, moose, fox, homeless people, and open flowing water that will take them approximately 45 minutes really safe and positive to you? As an adult that frequents many trails by myself, I definitely felt uneasy on the trail and as well as through the neighborhood yesterday and would never allow any of our young students to have to feel like that. Again, if you have not walked this trail yourself, I strongly feel that this is crucial for you to truly understand that this is not a benefit for our CLAT families. What would benefit our Diamond Estates families is keeping their children at CLAT and rezoning to Mears and Diamond.
Thank you very much. Let's see, I'd like for Mary Cruzen to join us and Jessica Lowers.
My name is Jessica Lowers, parent of 2 CLAT students and a resident of Diamond Estates neighborhood. I'd like to thank each of you for the time you spent listening to the CLAT community at our town hall. We appreciated the opportunity to be heard by each of you. At the last board meeting, I spoke to research showing that school closures based on space utilization lead to repeated school closings in low-income communities and exacerbate the disproportionate adverse effects on students from minority groups who are economically disenfranchised and who receive special education. While I'm advocating for CLAT, a school at 92% capacity with the 4th largest ELL elementary population in the district, I am ultimately here as an advocate for all students who attend Title I schools in our community. Regardless of how these schools were determined for recommended closure, the reality is that 5 out of the 6 are indeed Title I schools, filled with some of the most vulnerable students in our district. During one of the virtual town halls last week, a district rep spoke to the inevitability or the inevitable reality of major change and transitions we all face. Sure, but certain developmental age groups and demographics of people can weather these transitions differently based on age, socioeconomic status, and other factors. However, we are asking some of our youngest and most vulnerable students to undergo this transition on behalf of our entire community. And on the heels of a pandemic in which many of these students were more adversely impacted than others, are we asking our youngest and most vulnerable students to bear the burden of a budget shortfall? We also heard at the town halls that at the time, data showed that most favor school closures or consolidations based on a survey I found to be a bit static and akin to a false dilemma. The district also repeatedly commented that, of course, those attending a school recommended for closure didn't want their school to close. However, using that same logic on the survey data, other respondents are going to vote for whatever has the least amount of impact on their particular students at any given time. And the majority of the district isn't going to be impacted by these closures, at least not yet. Are our youngest and most vulnerable students our district and community sacrifice? I am a proponent of taking closures off the table this year and using the remaining $37 million in one-time state funds to help fill next year's budget gap alongside other budget solutions that are more easily reversible, solutions that do not place the onus of the budget shortfall on the shoulders of our youngest and most vulnerable students. I am a proponent of using options such as these to buy the district time to develop a better approach to large structural questions with the input of a district advisory council that integrates community-informed criteria, local expertise, and equitable solutions for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary?
Hi, my name is Mary Cruzen. Prior to the proposal to close 6 schools, 5 being Title I,
The district needed public comprehensive planning and more opportunity for involvement from Anchorage's diverse community. Now we have a school consolidation proposal that creates inequality and barely reduces the budget deficit. At town halls, a community member, instead of district officials, originally explained the eventual reduced savings from consolidating schools. This closure plan may look more efficient on paper, but at the expense of existing efficiencies like walking to school and school staff knowing their kids well. Just re-listen to the powerful testimonies from the affected schools. The community is left stressed and asks, what are the other 12 to 18 schools that may be consolidated? Are larger schools part of a new ASD vision, even if legislators can increase the BSA? Why will charter schools be the only small school option left? What programs get shuffled to get kids to consolidated schools and to pre-K centers? I suspect an outpouring of consolidation opposition similar to the other program cuts response if a full plan was released and parents knew the extent of coming district changes. Will the potential move of sixth grade make the utilization numbers you are basing this year's school closure plan on become obsolete? Do families want pre-K centers, sending their kids to separate school locations and bust around the city? Do the charter schools even want the buildings you are proposing? Why is $37 million being considered to rebuild a school? Inlet View should not be rebuilt right now. It will need the work, but for now it is okay to change the circumstances of the capital money from the state to operational, as circumstances are now different. 6 schools are proposed for closure. Use that money instead to buy time for a BSA increase and for now make reversible district changes like temporary executive salary decreases. Then examine efficiencies that make more sense. Can charter schools share with the neighborhood schools? Can admin work remotely or share buildings? Are there other creative funding sources we have yet to come up with? It is not the right order of events to be discussing and voting on closing 6 schools when the full budget deficit plan is in flux. The one-sided format of the town halls was disappointing. Questions embedded in testimonies were not answered as the next speaker was called right away. If speakers had follow-up questions to the district's response, they had to wait for the next town hall, which now there are none, or hope an email gets answered. I called in at 2 meetings and my name and assigned number were not called. I don't have a computer. What technology and resources do all families have to be able to equally participate in meetings? If ASD is to become more efficient and equally educate all its kids, whether the BSA increases or not, it needs a community advisory board that knows their neighborhood schools well. This would keep much needed public trust for the district as we navigate these painful cuts in this budget crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. This concludes our first hour of testimony. I'll give the board a 10-minute recess. We will begin back at 8 o'clock. Okay. May I have your attention, please? If you were here to testify on an action item and you inadvertently signed up for public comment and you have not testified already, please come see Amanda. And she will explain. This is not swimming. This is not Ignite. This is not any of the closures. This would be anything having to do with our CIP or Inlet View. Come forward now. We made the adjustment for some of you. We may have missed a couple. Amanda is right here. If you are unclear, you can come forward. It's not for Nanaca Valley. No, ma'am.
Okay, Christy, are you? Oh, you are.
Okay, I figure you want to.
Hi. Only if
No.
it's on an action item.
You have to already get back there.
Yeah, but yours, I only heard the second half. Yours is not on an action item. Okay, yeah, we've taken them off. I haven't yet, but I.
We need about 5 more minutes, please. Thank you. So why we can't follow our own. Kelly didn't have the amendment. The numbers. Last call for anybody testifying on an action item. Thank you. Like what he's doing is amending everything. I need to sign up with it doesn't have to do with an action item, so you're not speaking on your Napa Valley, you're speaking on the inland view, including. Okay, so I just want to confirm that because it's different. If you're speaking on the Napa Valley, I'm not speaking on the at all. You're speaking on the inland view. Okay, well,
You can talk about both.
well, I understand, but if we're allotting time for an action item, then the time should go to the action item.
But we're talking specifically about the use of funds related to.
Okay. Your name is.
As long as it's about the use of the fund and not about supporting the Napa Valley. It's a difference.
No, it's not about the Napa Valley. Okay, I have no. Yeah, and I didn't make this comment. No, it's okay.
All of what? Oh.
That's what you text the back. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, they're my friends.
Oh, okay.
I know
I was gonna see, I got my gavel, right? No, I'm just. We'd like to welcome everyone back, please. I'll give them a minute. She precious kiss. I know. I done had 2 or 3. So we're only missing Member Higgins. Is the outlet in there? Okay. And everyone else is on the back for the action. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'd like to welcome everybody back, please. Thank you for your patience. We just had to get our action item list completed, at least get the names where they needed to be. And that brings us to item E on our agenda, which is a consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body? Consent agenda.
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented. Second.
Moved in second to approve the consent agenda as written, as presented. Any opposition to approving the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. We now move to action items. Section F1, ASD Memorandum number 024S2. Just a minute.
Madam President, I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 024S2, approval of budget revisions for FY 2022-2023. Recommended action to approve the transfer of $37,712,912 to the ASD Capital Projects Fund to be further reallocated following board passage of the FY 24 budget towards future large-scale capital projects which prioritize students, staff, and community safety and security. Second.
Okay, moved in second to approve memorandum number 024S2. At this time, I'd like to call up our persons wishing to testify on 024S2, starting with Mitch McCullum. And then Martin Hanson. Yes. The memorandum. Oh, the memorandum that we tabled? S24, S2. You got it? Okay, it's also on board doc. All right, the memorandum has been displayed. Sorry about that. I thought it was displayed. Okay, so now, Mr. Cullum.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mitchell Cullum. I am here to talk about Member Lesson's amendment that you'll be voting on to allocate remaining bond debt reimbursement money for a new construction Inlet View Elementary replacement while you are considering shutting down 6 other elementary schools. I believe it is inappropriate for ASD board members to use $37 million in state bond debt reimbursement funds for Inlet View Elementary replacement, as opposed to a less expensive remodel that could free up $10 to $15 million that can be used to help close the large deficit. I believe our publicly elected ASD board members should be taking actions that are in the best interest of the community, ASD employees, Anchorage taxpayers, and most importantly, the students. And the board members' actions of prioritizing the interests of politicians and a few outspoken parents who want a new school is just plain wrong. The money that has been suggested to be spent on Inlet View is bond debt reimbursement. This is important to remember and conveniently overlooked by some. This money was intended to be the state's portion of incurred municipal bond debt, but importantly, only debt Anchorage voters approved of. I'm pretty sure that board members remember the failure of the bond back in April of this year that had Inlet View's replacement as the largest line item. If you take action of allocating bond debt money this evening to a failed bond item, it would not only be inappropriate, but also an action to subvert the will of the Anchorage voters. I keep hearing that long-term financial solutions for the budget shortfall will only come from the state of Alaska legislature with increased funding. I'm pretty sure that if state lawmakers see ASD spending one-time funding on capital projects that Anchorage voters rejected, they will be less inclined to increase your funding. Keep this in mind with your vote. I encourage members to propose an amendment to fund a remodel of Inlet View and use the remaining state money to keep open other prized neighborhood schools.
Thank you. Martin Hanson, followed by Deborah Hanson.
Okay, I'm going to speak to Deborah Hanson first. She's at UAA loading a kiln. So she's not going to join us unless you could let her speak later.
You can only speak for yourself, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm in complete agreement with everything that Mitch McCollum said. I'm speaking from my experience working at a Title I school, and I can't be quite as heartful as all those parents I saw at your school closure meetings, but I can say it is immoral to spend $37 million to build a new school that you don't need to build in Anchorage's wealthiest neighborhood while you're balancing your checkbook on the backs of 6 schools, 5 of which are Title I schools, and claiming you're going to save some money that way. That is wrong. Schools that you are considering putting on the chopping block, one of which I work at, do wonderful work. These kids are being prepared for a successful life. If you break up these groups, the staff knows them, the staff knows their parents, they know their families. You break up these relationships, you take these kids out of their neighborhoods where they could walk to school, you are setting them so far back that it's just sad that it's even under consideration. I'm going to make the same recommendation you've heard from others. Please take that $37 million and use it to keep schools open. And let's really look at the 3 R's: remodel, renovate or repair, and apply them to Inlet View School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Christy Wood, Christy Wood and Hannah Brewster. Bowser? I'm sorry, Hannah. I can't read my own writing. Go, Christy.
Good evening. My name is Christy Wood. At the end of my testimony, I would like to approach and provide you with hard copies of the group letter in support of keeping Unaca Valley Elementary open that we read during our town hall and the 258 signatures we collected. I would also like to provide you with hard copies of the resolutions of support for keeping Unaca Valley open that were passed by both the Northeast and Scenic Foothills community councils. Fun fact, together those community councils make up about 18% of Anchorage's population, and that's a lot of voters. Please note these resolutions highlight the suggestion to create a community advisory task force to better engage the community early in this process so that together we can be proactive rather than reactive. Right sizing should be a comprehensive and informed discussion involving all the stakeholders, not a knee-jerk political reaction to a fiscal crisis. In regards to the Inlet View rebuild, public trust is being eroded by suggestions to continue with the rebuild, even though voters already turned it down when the last bond didn't pass. Why should we vote for school bonds if the board is going to do whatever they want to anyway? Perhaps a better way forward for the Inlet View rebuild is to address the community's concerns, make the necessary adjustments, and put the rebuild on a future bond. Please understand what a mixed message it sends to voters to build a brand new building while at the same time closing other schools. I also think we have some transparency problems. ASD told the community these closures are necessary to save money, yet by their own admission, they will lose some money by closing the schools and forfeiting the state and muni funds specifically targeted for smaller schools. An additional problem with transparency is that we're not getting all of our questions answered. We've asked questions at town halls and in emails, but we're not getting responses. Sometimes we get responses, but there's no answers in those responses. Here's one specific example. No one in ASD has been able to tell us if the lower cap on pre-K classrooms was taken into account when calculating the utilization of Nanaca Valley Elementary. Lastly, we have an egregious equity problem with these closures. 5 of the 6 proposed schools are Title I. I've heard the rationale for how these specific schools were chosen, and I'm sure on paper it makes sense. But consider for a moment how disruptive these closures are on those families who can least afford disruption. Neighborhood schools are long-standing anchors and support systems. Closing them disrupts and further destabilizes communities that are already burdened with other forms of instability. Thank you.
Thank you. A reminder that this section for testimony is on the 37.7 million capital improvement funds, one-time funds. Hannah, welcome. Terry Davenport, can you prepare to join us as well?
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank you all for your service. I don't envy the difficult decisions that you have before you, and I know you've given them a tremendous amount of thought. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Inlet View Elementary and a 3-year-old who will start there in 2 years. I'm also co-president of the PTA. I'm here tonight to first and foremost implore you to keep all schools open. The negative impacts of closing schools far outweigh the financial savings in doing so. I'm also here tonight to ask you to allocate funds from the remaining state funds for capital projects to a replacement building for Inlet View. I know you've done your homework, and it's unlikely that there are any facts or statistics that I can throw at you that you don't already know. So instead, I offer you this perspective. Inlet View has been on the capital improvement plan for over a decade. There are major maintenance issues in the school, and it doesn't meet basic educational standards set forth by you, the school board. The recommendation was that it would be cheaper to replace the school rather than renovate it, and the design work has already been done, vetted, and approved. Since there is this plan for replacement, Inlet View has been passed over in safety and maintenance needs. And because there's a mentality of it's going to be replaced, so why do that big project now? I saw this just 2 months ago when you voted to allocate funds for things like secure entries in many other schools, but pushed the decision on Inlet View down the road to today. The needs of Inlet View are not going away or getting cheaper each time this gets pushed off. I've heard school board members lament that Inlet View wasn't replaced years ago when a past school board had the decision to, and the price tag was much smaller. Choosing to delay again makes you that group to a future board who will rue you for delaying while the price tag only grows. Inlet View is a diverse, high-performing school with a dedicated staff and an involved community in a part of town with investments in growth and renewal. The staff and students there deserve to be in a safe and adequate place to work and learn, and you have an obligation to provide that. A replacement of Inlet View is not likely to pass on a bond. It has already failed once, and even if voters are not voting under the financial stress and security of a pandemic.
Turn your mic back on. There you go. It's on.
Even if voters are not voting under the financial stress and insecurity of a pandemic, it is still a big cost. But just because it may fail as a bond item does not mean that it isn't a necessary expenditure. Do not kick the urgent educational, health, and safety needs of the staff and students of Inlet View down the road to some theoretically better time. You have an obligation.
Thank you very much. Okay, Terry Davenport, and then Virginia Bonnie Limbo. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Terry Davenport, and I'm here in support of all neighborhood schools. Most particularly, I wish to express my strong support for the rebuild of Inlet View Elementary School. Because ASD has continually kicked the can on funding the known much-needed improvements to Inlet View Elementary, and indeed, as it did again in October, we're in exactly the position we feared. Much of the public erroneously believes that the funding of the Inlet View rebuild would come at the expense of the 6 schools slated for closure. But as we know, the closures would result in very small savings. The fact of the matter is that we need to support all neighborhood schools using the funding that is currently available. We've heard from community members that advocate for a remodel instead of a rebuild of Inlet View Elementary. But everyone wants to use that $37 for other reasons, meaning there would be no money for a remodel, leaving some of our youngest learners in an incredibly unsafe and unsuitable environment for learning. So I urge you to please use that $37 million that's available in funding to fund the rebuild of the Inlet View Elementary now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So is Virginia Limbo here? Let's move on to Joel Potter and Laura McNown. Welcome.
Hello. Please use the $37 million in bond debt reimbursement to buy you time to develop a better plan for the district. A year gives you time to develop a comprehensive plan that puts any particular solution into proper perspective. At present, the district leadership is operating with a contrived and narrow notion of efficiency that places the burden on economically disadvantaged families and communities. Efficiency is ultimately defined by one's aims and values. That's why the board needs to form a district community advisory council that can help to develop community-informed criteria so that you can evaluate all structural change recommendations from a more holistic perspective. You have untapped knowledge at your disposal. Economists at ICER, sociologists and education faculty at the University of Alaska, state and local experts in demography, population projection, traffic and pedestrian safety, and other relevant topics. These experts can assist with providing the district with a complete data set, clarifying what the data shows, and vetting any recommendations. I've seen other boards circle the wagons and get trapped in an echo chamber repeating what they have heard from administration and hired consultants. And I'm worried that that is happening here. It's not too late. You have choices. The current school closure plan is not fiscally responsible. It is no different than filling the budget gap with one-time funds for a few years, except that it has massive consequences for communities and students. With the loss of state funding for these smaller schools in 5 years, the district will have to fill the same budget gap all over again. Will we close more schools then and perpetuate the problem? Co-location of schools, a practice more common in large urban districts than closure and consolidation, could generate genuine savings, but has not been floated publicly as an alternative. I believe this and other unexamined solutions point to the need for more comprehensive planning before the board commits itself to a particular direction. Don't use Nunaka Valley, Wonder Park, and other Title I schools as sacrificial lambs to secure a BSA increase by impressing politicians with bad priorities. When the state has failed to provide adequate operational funds, the district should not feel qualms about utilizing bond debt reimbursement for running the school district. Legislative intent language can be inserted by a single legislator and need not reflect the perspective of the majority. Should the legislature come through with an adequate BSA increase next year, the budget can be revised in the spring to utilize these funds for capital expenditures. We need everyone in our community to have a stake in a legislative solution, and that means the parents of children at Inlet View just as much as the parents and residents of Wonder Park and Nunaka Valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura? Welcome. Laura, is it McNown? Okay.
I speak to you in opposition to the proposed school closure of 6 neighborhood schools, as I strongly believe that neighborhood schools are the backbone of our communities, ensuring that education is delivered equally to all kids. Neighborhood schools are community schools, centers where children, families, teachers, local organizations, and community members come together. Research says that it is parent involvement that makes or breaks a child's success story at school. At the same time, it is known that it is especially difficult to create parent involvement in low-income families. Why? Often it is because there's a logistical barrier due to a lack of transportation. The fact that a school is in walking distance eliminates that logistical barrier. Parents can walk their kids to school, show up for parent-teacher conferences, or come to a sporting event put on by the school. These small interactions can build relationships. By moving our kids away from their neighborhood school, we will also take away the opportunities for parents to connect with staff, teachers, and other parents. We are essentially sacrificing those students' success who needed their parents' support the most. Neighborhood schools are community centers. I urge you to look at all options that help keep these centers alive. For example, is it an option to house small charter schools and neighborhood schools under one neighborhood school roof? Charter schools have amazing educational programs that are not accessible to everyone in our student population. This is an equity concern that could potentially be solved if the excess neighborhood school capacity can be utilized for charter school programs. Neighborhood schools are community schools supported by community members. The power of community input cannot be underestimated. In solving this budget crisis, the administration neither utilized nor valued the knowledge and engagement of the community in Anchorage. The town halls were a wonderful idea, but executed in a way that disconnected the community and the administration. When making your final decisions on these upcoming important topics, such as the Inlet View rebuild, please choose the option that buys you time to get the public process right. Please consider postponing the rebuild of Inlet View to a later time when Title I neighborhood schools are not at stake. Buy yourselves valuable time to form a community committee that can support you and the administration in making infrastructure changes with creative solutions in mind. Solutions that bridge the equity gap and solutions that have the best interest of all students and those of our most vulnerable families in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. All righty, that ends our persons assigned up to testify on an action item. We're moving, what is the pleasure of the board?
Madam President,
Member
I think
Jacobs.
we had an amendment on the floor that Member Lessons would is owed the floor first, I believe, according to Robert's rules.
Oh, from the last, did you want to bring that back?
I have a point of clarification because the amendment in the prior document is not shown here. This is the bifurcated document.
We are prepared to bring your amendment back.
So if we are prepared to bring that amendment back, I'm happy to proceed. Either way.
Madam President, I think it's, I want to entertain the amendment, but could somebody just describe what the proposal before us at this time is?
Yes, we're going to bring it up, Member Donnelly. So just some background, at our October 4th meeting, I believe, the board voted to table this to a time-sensitive time, which is today, 12:05. At that time, there was an amendment on the floor. We will pull that up as soon as we grab it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. So what, can we have, Dr. Bryant, can we have admin describe what this language right here does before we pull up Member Lessons' prior memo?
Yes, Madam President. I'll ask Jim Anderson to describe more in depth this item.
Oops, sorry. Just to clarify, it's the one before Member Lessons?
No, the one that's this bifurcated language. Remember, we pulled this out of the bigger, we separated memo 24 into two pieces. I'm sorry?
We did. We separated it and we left about $37 million that was not going to be committed.
And then from there, we had an amendment from Member Lessons. Right. And that's where we are at this point in time.
Point of information, Madam President, Mr. Anderson, I think we're just asking for you to explain for what the language on the screen essentially means now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was looking at my screen and it's different from that screen. So when I brought that up and when we discussed it with the board, what I said was, We don't need to commit or obligate that $37 million at that time, and that it might be prudent and might be appropriate to wait until after we know how we're going to get to zero on the budget in order to give the board flexibility and time and space for the legislature if that was going to be the option for the board. As you recall, at that point, we had not done the pro forma yet. We had not done the fund balance yet because we only had one payroll. So we couldn't do anything that was statistically significant in projecting all the way through the end of June. And my recommendation was to not make a decision on it until after the board knew where they were headed for the fiscal year 24 budget in order to give you flexibility.
Okay. And so from this motion made by Member Jacobs, second by Member Holloman, we had one amendment on the floor when we left. And if we can put that amendment up, I think it was, who was it? Member Lessons and Member, I can't remember who seconded.
And then, Madam President, I would suggest you read that into the record.
I can read it. The motion is amendment number 3 to amend the bifurcated wording of Memorandum 24S for the item on page 2, currently noted as 37.7 plus million to the ASD Capital Fund to read as follows. The ASD Capital Projects Fund to fund rebuilding Inlet View Elementary School as approved by the Urban Design Commission from September 14, 2022, and with the intent to commence construction in spring of 2023, less the 2.5 million of project costs detailed below, which shall be deferred until after the 2024 budget is passed. Abatement and demo of existing building, $360,000. Flagpoles, $10,000. Athletic equipment and playground equipment, $7,000. Site furnishings, $8,000. Paving, $180,000. Sidewalk, curb, and gutter, $450,000. Fences and gates, $115,000. Landscaping, $400,000. This sizable but incomplete allocation is made with the understanding that initiating project work as soon as possible, especially materials pricing and subcontracting, will promote the district's maximum value for its investment, and the remainder of the general fund, where following board passage of the fiscal 24 budget and board receipt of updated Inlet View Elementary School costs as well as administrative guidance, the board shall further reallocate remaining funds to the completion of the Inlet View new rebuild and or in service of board goals, guardrails. So this was a motion by Member Lessons and second by Member Holloman.
Madam President.
Yes.
Thank you. May I move to substitute a different set of language, which I've provided to Ms. Foster, for Memorandum 024S2.
Okay.
May I read that at this time? Amanda, do you have that available?
She's going to put it in.
I'll start to read it.
I mean, is it as much as all this?
Yeah, I'll go.
She'll need a minute.
Would you like me to start reading
Yes.
or wait? Okay. It is the recommendation of the Anchorage School Board that the board approves the transfer of $37,712,912 as follows. 1, $3,444,000 shall be allocated to the general fund, which the board shall further reallocate towards FY24 expenses so as to continue uninterrupted educational functions for students, staff, and families affiliated with Birchwood ABC, Clatt, Northwood, Unaca Valley, and Wonder Park elementary schools during the 2023-2024 school year, thereby offsetting roughly $3.4 million in subsidies that the district would otherwise receive from the state of Alaska for closing or repurposing those schools during year one of a 5-year step down hold harmless provision. And two, $34,268,912 shall be allocated to the ASD Capital Projects Fund to fund rebuilding Inlet View Elementary School as approved by the Urban Design Commission on September 14th, 2022, and with intent to commence construction in spring 2023, less the $1,375,000 of project costs detailed below, which shall be deferred until after the FY24 budget is passed. Abatement and demo of existing building, $630,000, paving, $180,000, sidewalk, curb and gutter, $450,000, fences and gates, $115,000. Following passage of the FY24 budget, the board shall discuss options for addressing these outstanding costs. This sizable but incomplete allocation to the Inlet View rebuild, whose total costs are currently estimated at $35,612,000 for spring of 2023 construction, is made with the understanding that initiating project work as soon as possible, especially materials pricing and subcontracting, will promote the district's maximum value for its investment.
For Member Lesson's amendment. Hearing none, that motion fails. Member Higgins.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I'd like to propose that the board postpone action on ASD Memorandum 024S2, approval of budget revisions for FY 2022-23 until December 18th.
I mean the 19th, the next meeting?
The next board meeting. I think it's the 18th, am I right? Oh, maybe I'm not. All right, the next board meeting.
And, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second to postpone action on Memorandum 024S until the board meets on December 19th. Is there any opposition to the motion? Any discussion? So there is discussion? I see Mike's on, but I don't see mouths moving. So seeing no discussion, that motion passes to postpone until 12/19 meeting. Thank you. Moving on. It brings us to action item number 2, Memorandum 045. What is the will of the body?
Madam President, second here, I'll pull this up. Madam President, I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 045, 6-year capital improvement plan CIP project tables 1 and 2 to approve the attached Anchorage School District 6-year capital improvement plan project tables 1 and 2 for July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2029.
Second.
Moved in second to approve Memorandum number 045, our 6-year capital improvement plan. Discussion, Member Donnelly. Oh, wait, not Member Donnelly. Okay. I saw Mr. Higgins' mic was still on, but did you have him? Okay, no. Continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So on this current 6-year proposal, and by Alaska's statutory law, this district and all school districts are required to have a 6-year capital plan. And the last 2 times this plan has been brought before us, well, maybe even 3 times now, it's had the Inlet View replacement school, tearing down the existing school and rebuilding a new school there. And also Wonder Park being replaced with a new school. I believe the cost projection for that is $33 million. And also Tudor Elementary School being designed to be torn down and replaced. And altogether, that's over $100 million in costs for constructing 3 new schools in Anchorage, when we're seriously looking at a massive backlog in basic maintenance on our schools. And also the voters in April rejected doing that with Inlet View. And it's certainly a matter of opinion, why that bond failed. But at the time, I predicted that not setting Inlet View aside as a separate matter was very dangerous as for the success of that bond. And subsequent surveys we've conducted indicated, at least by a narrow percentage, that might have been the difference in the bond failing. And so this plan that's before us right now would not only continue with the Inlet View on this plan as a complete rebuild, but also 2 more schools.
Okay, but Member Downey, can I get a motion on the floor so we can talk about all the details?
I was fine with that. I was waiting for somebody to do it.
Okay, so can you just, are you presenting this as one amendment, or are you presenting this as each individual series? So we'll have to take one at a time. One amendment. Yeah. All right, so the amendment before you, does everyone have a copy of Member Donnelly's amendments?
Okay, point of order. I thought your point, Madam President, was there was no motion to adopt, and I believe there was a motion to adopt the main motion.
Okay.
Right, the resolution. Member Jenkins moved
but
that.
Was that, well, then I misunderstood. It was reference to the whole thing?
The main motion. Well, I'm not going to yet. I'm going to speak to it first.
You speak after the amendment?
No, we do not. We resolved this a year ago. But under Robert's Rules of Order, we had the Jurassic Parliament experts give us a very specific opinion.
That you speak to a amendment before there's a second.
In this meeting, and may speak, and then submit a motion after.
Well, Member Donnelly, just continue. I'm not going to challenge you tonight, but I will do my research and get back to you.
This has been a resolved question, Madam President. We did extensive research into this over a year ago, and this was resolved.
So there was no you have amendments to make.
Motion to discuss, and that's under Robert's Rules of Order.
Continue, Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. So the motion before us at this time is to build 3 new schools in Anchorage under a 6-year plan. I have consistently voted against a 6-year plan that provides for tearing down existing schools and building new schools as excessively costly, considering the state of the finances of this district. Yes, if there was no question of unlimited funding, it would possibly be more economical to build new schools rather than to repair the existing schools. But that's not that's not the life we have here. We have a limited amount of resources in this community, and we have higher priorities, including safety vestibules, new boilers, roofs, that I believe are more important at this time than utilizing over $100 million for building new schools. I think I've voted against this 5 times now, in multiple 6-year plans and also in bond propositions, because I proposed amendments to every bond to change the proposal for Inlet View from a complete rebuild to a remodel, an appropriately major remodel. And we have perfect examples of that all over this community, including as recently as Turnagain Elementary School. And those remodels are significantly less expensive than tearing the schools down and starting over. Additionally, Inlet View has a lot of issues with the location and the design. We've been hearing about this for 2 years from members of the community and concerns about the design that's been put forward, and also the location of where the new building would go. I simply don't believe it's appropriate to build an entire new school at this particular time. I continue to support doing a major remodel at Inlet View, and I've actually moved to change the bond propositions in past years to reflect that by beginning with a design of a remodel, a major remodel, because Inlet View needs to be fixed. It's got serious problems and should be brought up to code and appropriately remodeled. Given that, I've prepared an amendment that would change the 6-year plan to change the Inlet View project from a replacement school to a remodel. And it would start with a design of a remodel for $3 million is about the estimates I've been told it would cost to do that. And then it would replace the Wonder Park Elementary School replacement plan with a remodel of Wonder Park. These would save, the total savings from that would be over $40 million. That would be $40 million that we could utilize for other needed projects around the district. And so that is what my amendment number 1 does. And with that explanation, I move amendment number 1.
Point of clarification, Member Donnelly.
Member Donnelly, for your amendment, are you looking to do the first 2 on the list I have here? That's your amendment?
He's taking an amendment that does everything on this page.
The whole page. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
It would change each of the 3 schools on the current 6-year plan from being rebuilding brand new schools to remodeling the existing schools, which would save us over $40 million.
So in column 4,
yes,
2026, you said replace Wonder Park, replace that line with Inlet View. So you replace, can you explain that?
Yes, because the 6-year plan, the design has to come before the construction. I'm replacing the current line item for almost $38 million for the actual construction of Inlet View with a $3 million line item to do the design that I had advocated for 2 years ago. And that was to design a major remodel. And then in column 4, I'm replacing the design money for Wonder Park with the construction money for a major remodel of Inlet View. And then column 6, I'm replacing the design money for a Tudor school, new Tudor elementary school, with the design money for a Tudor remodel rather than a total new construction replacement. And then later on in column 6, replacing the Wonder Park elementary replacement for $33 million with the construction for $15 million of a major remodel, with a total savings of over $40 million.
Okay. So we have some questions. It will take Amanda a minute to get these typed in because we didn't have it electronically or before today.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to ask a point of clarification from the administration.
That's the superintendent.
Okay, from the superintendent. Are these figures accurate? And I guess what are the administration's estimates for the costs of an Inlet View elementary school remodel design and an Inlet View elementary school remodel, I think?
Do we have that?
Through the president to member lessons, I will ask Chief Rob Holland to speak to potential estimates of the cost for these things.
Thank you. Through the president to member lessons. Yes, I can provide some of that information. Understand, please, that all these figures are cost estimates. The current figure for building Inlet View, as you stated, of $35,612 would be for commencing construction in 2023. To the question of remodeling, in 2017, the present design team in Vision Architecture did deliver a 35% design for renovation, and it was considered by the board, a different board, the school board at that time, with different membership. And the following is some high points from that. It's possible to amend the existing design. The contract is a GCCM contract, and that could be amended. We could ask them to do a new design. It would cost money to do a new design. And then it would have to go through code issues and the UDC process again. The cost was estimated in 2017, and if we use time value of money and bring that to about 2025, which after a new design, we would be looking at 2025 remodeling, takes it to about $21,441,000. There are some quick high points of what that includes and does not include. It's about a 3,047 square foot addition, which includes enlarging the NPR and receiving area. It does not add more classroom capacity. It does include a partial renovation. It does include things like new bathrooms, new flooring, new boilers, new pumps, partial replacement of the existing envelope, new domestic water, fire suppression system. A small additional parking lot is added and an upgrade to electrical distribution system. There's also some enhancements and upgrades to the current fire lane. What's not included is the civil work, which would be to replace the existing sewer line, which has exhibited some weakness that has been detected since this plan was made in 2017. I've updated that with a $300,000 to $500,000 cost estimate. It does not include access control in the secure vestibule, but it does include a secure vestibule. It does not include updating the security system or the intercom system, all of which have been failing and is now obsolete, but I've got cost updates for those. Those would be another $500,000 roughly. So a very rough estimate would be $22.5 million for the proposal that was presented to the school board in 2017 from the existing architect on the project, Envision Architecture.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
It does.
Other questions on the motion? Member Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam President. And if I missed this detail from Mr. Holland, I apologize. When I asked the administration prior, but it was about a year ago now, prior to us going down the remodel versus rebuild route when we were placing this project on the 2022 bond, what legwork and vetting was done. And I believe that there was mention of additional maintenance that would have had to have been done within 10 years or so, or shortly after the initial upfront cost. And that drove the project to an overall higher dollar amount than just a full initial rebuild. Is that accurate, and is that a separate amount?
Through the president to Member Jacobs, I believe I know what you're referring to, Member Jacobs. The remodel 35% estimate, 35% design overview does not include a new roof. Note that the roof was replaced in 2010. A new 60 mil reinforced EPDM layer was put on in 2010. That came with a 10-year warranty. It has been noted that at the time of construction that I referenced here theoretically, which would be about 2025 in a remodel estimate, that roof will then be 15 years old. So this is an example of something that would be left off as compared to a brand new school. If the school was built brand new, of course, it would have a brand new roof. So this is that gray area between component upgrade, remodel, rejuvenate, or rebuild. A roof of this size down the road at some point will cost, say, roughly $4 million. Very rough number. So that would be, were we going to get 5 or 10 more years out of it? Or do you add it to the argument that the cost benefit analysis suggests you build the whole new school and we expect 50 years out of a new school? That argument, that discussion was had in 2017. And just to reiterate, all of that information was discussed, and it was decided to go ahead and spend the money on a design for a new inlet view back then. And then, of course, that process had ensued.
I see a couple of hands. Let's go with Member Holloman first.
So I agree that looking at these again, especially given the amount of time that's elapsed, could be very worthwhile. But I can't see making these decisions in the context of this meeting tonight. That I would prefer we have a work session where folks on the committee can be present and we can look at them individually, and staff has time to prepare. So we really can look at accurate numbers and make a determination. It may be that some of these are suitable for a renovation rather than replacement. Or, in the case where 5 years have elapsed, that becomes a little more compelling possibly for a replacement if existing issues that weren't included, like the roof that he just mentioned. So I would ask that we look at these individually in a more informal setting where we can really delve into them one at a time, as opposed to making a decision here tonight.
Yes, Member Lessons.
This is not a formal motion, but I am speaking in support of something like what Member Holloman is suggesting. And I also wanted to express my appreciation to Member Donnelly for an approach that says, how can we responsibly address the needs of the district? And one thing that occurred to me is that if we can somehow remove the inlet view item from the CIP, we would be able to expedite other projects on the CIP, bringing them forward, which would improve student health, safety, learning environments, decreasing lower costs, right? If expenses are, compounding annually. And I think at some level, we could set a precedent by saying that the state and not Anchorage taxpayers really should be responsible for the work of rebuilding a school if and when that is needed. So I think I am very supportive of something akin to what Member Holloman is suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Higgins.
Thank you. I believe the figure, and I'm not sure, of deferred maintenance is massive, whatever it was, $700, $800 million, something in that category. And when I look at that, that's about a third of the value of the Anchorage School District properties. So you realize how much is at risk and what we have to do. And so placing all of our resources into rebuilding a school, this is trying to put roofs on all of them, or whatever we have to do. I appreciate where Member Donnelly's coming from. I didn't say that publicly, did I? Oh my God. It is a crisis kind of situation. It goes back to our budget process. What are we going to do and how are we going to fiscally run the school district? We're given the challenges that we've got trying to maintain schools while having a massive deficit. I remember a year ago in talking about this bond, I proposed, then it was interpreted as maybe we just need $100 million bond on roofs only. We've got to do something to extend the lives of these buildings and not let them simply deteriorate because we plan on replacing them. So I think it's kind of a bigger picture looking at it. I agree with Member Holloman, trying to get it resolved right now, and the dollar amounts and everything else is just simply pushing it too much where we can't do it. But I think the board has a real interest right now, and I like that, in trying to say, what can we do? How can we do it better? What can we do to make all schools, we address the issues to fiscally run this in a responsible way, and that we put the money out there. How much we invest in roofs and how much we do that is going to impact our operational budget on maintenance as well. So it's going to impact how much we got to add into it just to keep schools safe, because we didn't fix roofs and we didn't make other changes. So I would like to, and I don't know if Andy was proposing it, but a motion to kind of delay this, come back, put it in a committee, and come back again to the board, because I appreciate the work the administration has done on this. I think they're listening to what the boards have said in the past, and I think there's a real interest in trying to really upgrade things. But I think under the current circumstances, a chance to review this would be something I would like to propose.
Thank you, Member Jacobs. Now I'm still, no, go on, Member Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess two questions, I guess, continuing our trail of points of clarification here that we've gone down. We talked about a due date or a required date where we need to submit this to DEED. And so could I be reminded as to when we need to pass this? And I want to keep in mind that I believe administration has advised that we can amend our plan as well. It's an option we have going forward.
Chief Holland, can you clarify?
Thank you. Yes, we do need to submit this in a timely fashion. So it has to get to, it has to move on by January 9th. Now, note that there's a lot of holidays in between the December 19 board meeting and that early January date. So we would urge consideration of passing the CIP at this meeting. For clarification, to your part of your question, Member Jacobs, and as I've briefed in the past, the CIP is transparent and fluid. We can make changes to the CIP, but we do need to submit it in a timely fashion.
Follow-up?
I don't have a follow-up question. I do appreciate Dr. Bryant and staff for the clarification, I guess. I would support a work session the inlet view question. For a prior board went down that road. We went down that road and received the information, and we were satisfied with the response. But I'm definitely I want everyone to be comfortable with the concept of a rebuild versus a remodel. But I'm wondering if we're running out of time and might need to pass the proposed CIP and then go through a more formal amendment process after we've handled some of our pressing budget questions. We obviously have a work session coming up for just 3 hours on Saturday. And as much as I tend to be an optimist, of course, as I'm sure everyone will agree, I think there's a significant chance that we don't answer all of our questions in that 3-hour period on Saturday. I anticipate we're going to have to schedule another work session maybe on a Saturday in between now and Christmas. And so I will meet as much as the board desires, but we've already had folks indicating they're leaving town and have other priorities. And so that's a challenge we may have to work around too.
So we have amendment on the floor. I can't remember who seconded. So I thought that we don't have it. So for my Robert's Rules of Order training, we never should have discussed it. So now that we have discussed it, is there a second on the floor for this amendment? Seeing none. Is that to speak or to second? Okay. So the amendment fails, but I did hear the work session, and so we'll get back to it because I am interested in this $40 million savings that's at the bottom line, but I need to have more information.
Yeah.
Remember?
I was going to make a motion to table, but it is complicated by the fact that we table an amendment and then vote on the main motion. I'm not really sure what we're doing. So
there is a disagreement with whether or not it should have been second.
Fine. What I'm going to ask
we're going to move on.
Yeah, we're back to our main motion. And I would urge that we pass that tonight in a timely way. But I think the consensus of the board is we would like to see these items come before us in a work session with the resources of the committee and the administration. And we're free to amend the CIP
at any time,
even after it's submitted. So again, I join everybody in thanking Member Donnelly for bringing this forward.
So we are back to the main motion, and that is to approve the attached 6-year CI capital improvement plan, plan project tables 1 and 2. Any further discussion? Okay. Sure.
Thank you, Madam President. Back on the main motion. I had suggested right after the April vote, when the bond package failed, that we should have began working on this at that time, because it threw the existing CIP completely off schedule. And so I made that request multiple times that we start that process so that we could have had the time to examine and get the numbers really exact according to, what the administration just said on whatever direction the board wanted to go. The 6-year plan is something that can be tweaked and amended. The concern I have with that is, one, that it provides guidance both to the administration and also the public of what the position of the board is. And so it is significant in that way. And it creates anticipation and expectations, frankly, from areas of the community. If they see that, oh, they're going to get a brand new school in there, they think that's the way it's going to be. And they don't fully comprehend that this plan can be modified virtually at any time. And so I think it's a better, more transparent and good public policy to invest the time into a 6-year plan. Unfortunately, multiple times, and I know most of the members here tonight weren't here when these things happened, I was told, oh, we're not going to take the time to do that right now, when I would suggest we needed to do amendments to the 6-year plan. We're going to come back and revisit that later. And it never happened, Madam President. The board never came back and really examined those issues that were raised at those period of times. And that's why I voted against every one of those 6-year plans, because I thought they were incomplete and not in the best interest of the community. And that's why I hope that we would have been starting revisiting this when I called for that in April of this year. One other thing is, I believe the testimony, the testimony of the administration was that the current projected cost for Inlet View, the actual construction costs were $35 million. Did I hear that correctly? If I did, this plan has the $37,942,000 amount in it. So even this plan isn't even in jive with what we're hearing as what the actual needed construction, if we were to move ahead with Inlet View, is. So that's, and the other thing about that too is the dollar amounts that I hope that eventually the board would consider, if not under tonight, then at some time in the future, I think they're flexible depending on how much we want to do in major remodels also. And if we think about the roof, the value of the roof, our roofs are supposed to last for 30 years. So if this roof is 15 years old, by tearing the whole school down and building a new one, we're giving up 15 years of roof use right there. So there are sunk costs we're going to lose by pursuing a complete teardown. And yeah, you'll get a longer period, but you also lost all that usable life of that roof, where a remodel would incorporate that usable life of that roof. And I've never heard a 25-year projection before. In all my years here on the board, it was always a 30-year projection for the life of our roofs with proper maintenance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lessons.
I wanted to make a point of clarification that the $35 million figure reflects a 2023 build. So if we were to initiate construction through board action in December by allocating funds, we would save about $2.3 million in total costs by not relegating it to a 2024 build. That's the Inlet View. We could save additional taxpayer money then by bringing forward other substantive projects like the Lake Otis project or Spring Hill projects, Bear Valley, and save additional taxpayer dollars by expediting those projects.
So we have a motion before us. I did have two thoughts. The CIP is an organic document. We can update it at any time. It's not intended to capture everything in real time because it is an extensive document. So one thing I could think of us doing is putting it on, looking at it maybe more often than we do now through committee, so that we can look to see what options or what changes we might want to make. But certainly getting the amendments on the, tonight, I'm not prepared to, I'm prepared to move forward with the document with the understanding that the board would look at it more often through committee or work session, whatever the will of the board is. Member Lessons.
Would including a regular check-in on the CIP in the finance committee be an appropriate venue? Maybe quarterly, something.
That's where I would think that it would be according to our process. Member Higgins?
Yeah, just two things. I think this is a significant decision by this board. When I was on the board the first time, there was one big decision by the board when it said we're no longer going to reward schools for letting it run down by rebuilding it. So schools were deferring maintenance, not doing it with the hopes that they would be selected for being rebuilt. It was a waste and it was a big problem, and the board stood up and said no more. This particular case, we're looking at things more detailed than we have before, not just picking schools or something. We're looking at the financial management, how we're handling the maintenance, how we're handling the repair. I think the involvement of the board now is more than what I've seen before, except for that one time, and I'm happy with that. So by voting for the capital improvement program right now, we're making sure we meet the legal requirements that we have to submit it. But the board, I think, is strongly committed to saying we're going to question the financial management of this, how it's done, working with the administration. They understand the issues and the size of the deferred maintenance. And so I think we're going to work together collaboratively, very effectively within that. So I just want to explain that to the public because I'm really pleased with this direction and the interest there is in attacking this problem.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Member Wilson, did you have, okay. Are we good? I see y'all whispering. Okay, I'm going to call the question.
Madam President, I just had one more thing if nobody else
Okay, let me, I don't know, you two have been talking a lot. So let's go with lessons and then we'll come back to you to close.
I was conferring with a Member Wilson as another member of the Finance Committee because Ms. Foster suggested quickly to me that we have space on Wednesday's Finance Committee, but Member Wilson brought up in our whispering that do we think the administration would have time to
probably not
help guide us through that conversation? Yeah. So if that was too soon, then we could defer that until
if the motion passes, I will work with the administration to figure out what are those benchmarks or checkpoints that we can check in and have it on the agenda so we don't forget. Member Donnelly, and then final comments from Member Jacobs. I hope.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I was to follow up on what Member Higgins pointed out. There was a policy. This board had a longstanding policy. We weren't going to build new schools. We weren't going to do that. It was a written policy. And when the earthquake happened, following the earthquake, we were told by the administration that we needed to repeal that policy, and that policy would have prevented this proposal that's before us right now, the main motion, because it prohibited tearing down schools and building new ones. And we were told that because of FEMA rules, we had to repeal that policy so that our decisions on FEMA repairs wouldn't be artificially impacted by that policy. There was no mention at the time of like changing the policy for other than FEMA related issues. And we were pretty much, the board at that time was pretty much told, well, you need to do this. Now, I didn't support that for other than FEMA. I really only supported that because of the earthquake situation. So I'm just saying that for many years, the board had a very good and consistent policy along the line, just what Member Higgins described, because we didn't want maintenance delayed so that it got cascaded up with a single school to the point where it was so bad it needed to totally get rebuilt.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Donnelly. Let's vote. I'm sorry. I did say you could have the last word.
Thank you so much, Madam President.
Sorry.
I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents that I agree that the Finance Committee is a great place for a check-in, whether it be at the start of the year or maybe our last meeting in June is kind of a halfway point in between when we usually pass it. I think that as we navigate some of the challenges that are facing us regarding our budget conversation, I think that there might be, depending upon what the board chooses, some significant cleanup work. And so to avoid constraints of a Finance Committee meeting, which usually lasts an hour or so, I think we might want to plan on dedicating a work session to it that lasts a couple hours, whether it be a special one or before a meeting in January and February, after some of the dust settles. And so that's kind of one of my thoughts on it. I want to make sure we have adequate time to explore potentially 6 years worth of work. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to call for the question to approve the attached CIP. Whenever you're ready, Amanda.
Member Higgins? Member Jacobs?
Yes.
Member Donley?
No.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member Lessons?
Yes.
Member Holloman?
Yes.
President Bellamy?
Yes. Okay. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. Now we are at H. Wait, GH, yes. New business. Oh, wait, I skipped all over non-action, didn't I? So those are the non-action items. They will come back to you next week. If you have questions or amendments to anything, please send them in early so we all have an opportunity to see what they are. Moving on to H, new business. Member Holloman, you added it to the agenda. You have nothing? So you added it and you have nothing. Sounds like strategy to me. Thank you.
Madam President, I do have an item for new business.
Okay.
I move to introduce a recommendation in support of forming a community-based district consolidation task force for board consideration at the December 19th meeting. And I emailed Ms. Foster with the text
of that. You're wanting to form what kind of committee?
A community-based district consolidation task force.
And now how does that connect to next meeting? You want to discuss it next meeting?
Yes. May I speak to the first part of the resolution or the memorandum? And this would simply express board support for the president to form a community-based district consolidation task force charged with producing a suite of recommendations designed to optimize facility usage across the Anchorage School District and promote conditions for student growth. The task force's recommendations shall be presented to the board no later than the second meeting in September of 2023.
Okay.
Second.
Moved in second to move this new business. Do you have anything up, Amanda? Yes, point of clarification, Amanda.
So are you wanting this to be a memo that goes as non-action on the 19th and then moves to consent 2 weeks later?
That's the process. It didn't go through committee.
That would be the best process that we have at this point in time. Yes.
Okay.
Point of order.
Actually,
it wouldn't have to go to the consent, but it would be
She didn't say consent. She said non-action. She said non-action.
Right.
Yeah. So my only concern is that we're subverting our process. It should go to committee. I mean, there's nothing that is crucial about this. We're already in the middle of the work. So we should follow our process. It should go to committee and then out of committee onto the agenda. So I guess I'm confused as to why we're not using our process.
Well, quite frankly, when I drafted this, I anticipated getting a second and being able to speak to my amendment earlier.
Then through the committee process.
Which would have involved a task force. So at that point in the meeting, I envisioned this as being more time sensitive.
Questions? Yes. Member Wilson.
So I guess I am a little confused because I don't have the information that you have. I don't have the benefit of all the time that you've researched and the input that you have. So I would benefit from it going to committee so I could learn more about, anything community-based I'm typically in support of, but I would like more information rather than just moving it to non-action without any time or substance to reference or research.
If that's the will of the board to move this to the December governance committee meeting, then I can respect that. I had hoped to expedite this, but I also
And actually, I wouldn't think it would be governance. I think it would be communications.
Or communication.
Yeah, yeah.
They meet on the same
The appropriate committee. Yeah.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
If I might, just for clarification, this is why I kind of spoke passionately about this earlier. I think that our normal processes, although not ideal, work for a reason. And member lessons, I'll gladly connect with you offline, but just as an example for the board, I've actually done a significant bit of legwork trying to revamp a policy proposal I introduced last year, reviving the ASD budget review team process or budget advisory committee. And I think that the feedback that I've connected with folks advocating, I think member lessons is getting the language from some of the emails we've received. And I see value in that, but I think the problem that such a committee might wander into is that our capital dollars intersect at some level with operating dollars, and having something focused strictly on school closures right now, as we can see, and we're looking at the puzzle pieces during our work session, intersect with so much of what else we do. And so I think there needs to be a broader focus and potential feedback loop. And so that's something I'm currently working on and capturing feedback on. And so if there was just a bit more communication or something had gone through the committee process, I think we could have captured that and potentially collaborated. So I think there's still room for that. Maybe that's what can happen in communications, but I do see and would support further public engagement. And frankly, the emails we're getting are spot on, and that we have done a much better job of looping in the public this budget process than last year, for example, which started in essence in January. But there's still room to improve. And so I think that how we go about that just needs to be deliberate, thought out, and just not go straight to non-action. So I think it's a way to maybe pass something, but not be effective in doing so. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Jacobs. Okay, so I'd like to I'd like to move that we send it to committee. If we can get a second to send it to committee for
I'll second.
More work and to come and then to go through that process. Any further discussion? Okay, and I think communications, but once we discuss it in communications, we might do a different kind of something. So, I think we need to vote on the motion before us. The motion is to refer this to committee for a more complete process and discussion. Is there any opposition? Member Donnelly?
I'm looking to member lessons for clues here.
Oh.
I am happy to move on with the evening. Thank you.
She's not going to give it up. She's just going to move on.
With that explanation, no opposition.
No opposition. Seeing none, we will, I think we have the whole memorandum that you submitted, right? Okay, we'll move it to committee. Thank you.
Madam President, under new business.
Under new business. Oh, you have some too?
Yes, I do, ma'am. Last year, I introduced a resolution condemning the National Association of School Boards and the U.S. Department of Justice for seeking to use anti-terrorism laws against parents at school board meetings. And over 20 statewide school board associations have adopted similar resolutions. This resolution has been in the governance committee for about a year now. And I personally believe it's time this board considered the resolution as a full board and voted it up or down. So I move to discharge this resolution from the governance committee and place it on the non-action agenda for the December 19th meeting.
I think the board did vote on that this current season, but I will, is there a second to Member Donnelly's new business request?
Oh, yeah, certainly. I move to discharge the resolution regarding the National Association of School Boards letter to the Justice Department from the Governance Committee and place it on the non-action calendar for the December 19th meeting. To discharge it from the Governance Committee.
I seem to recall us voting twice, Member Donnelly, on that this same item. I'd have to go back and search the record.
Madam President, I can clarify as chair of the governance committee that heard the resolution at the time it was introduced last year. The committee doesn't take formal votes, of course, but there wasn't at any point sufficient votes to move it out of committee. So Mr. Donnelly's motion is, to the extent that our current process is in order, which I still disagree with, is in order.
So do I.
Yeah, here it's the part in pink.
So that makes sense that there wasn't significant interest to move out of committee. So I move to send it back to committee for further consideration.
Was there a second?
Madam President, I'll second, and at your earliest convenience, I'll speak to the motion. Okay.
Go on.
I curious if Member Holloman still agrees the initial motion to add new business was something that has added value to tonight's meeting. I think unfortunately it's caused confusion, which is what I saw at the start of the meeting, but I won't support any motions through this new section of our agenda that frankly is in violation of our board bylaws until we amend our board bylaws to account for the fact that we are now just adding things that have no public notice. Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate, and I think we should amend our bylaws before we engage in this type of activity in our meetings.
And take our new business through the committee process. I mean, it's simple. It really is quite simple.
Actually, I would say this demonstrates the need for new business on the agenda in that someone can bring something to the committee, which is 2 board members. If they fail to move it forward, it's not a condemnation. It's the opinion of 2 board members. And at that point, for the maker, there should be a venue for them to bring it to the whole board if they think it still has merit. Otherwise, you're putting what can become before the whole board in front of just a couple of members over and over again. In essence, a small minority could throttle the business that can be considered by the majority. I have to admit, I did not realize that it violated bylaws. Just to my way of thinking, there is always a way for members of a body to bring business before that body. And there is a process to go through committee and vet things, and I understand that. Although again, there's a little bit of confusion about which committee Member Wesson's proposal should go to, because it doesn't quite fit any of them. It doesn't fit governance, so you can sort of squeeze it into communications. I do think that there's certainly the intent for things to be introduced, but not immediately voted on unless it's an emergency. And I wholly subscribe to that. That gives the public time to be aware. That was the idea behind talking about it tonight, but not taking action on it immediately. But I do think that in fairness and openness, one member should be able to get their motion in front of the whole body and have it be voted up and down regardless of committee action. I'm sorry, I'm editorializing a little bit, but I think this is a good topic for governance and to look for conflicts in our policy and make sure we've got those avenues open.
Madam President, if I might.
You may.
Thank you. So Member Hallman, I guess I'll respectfully disagree in that I think if that were the full scope of logic, I think I would agree with you. But I think the difference in that is our full board, if not the majority, I think each and every committee meeting since I've joined this body has been present for each of the committee meetings, which I understand historically isn't the case. But in governance, I made sure as chair to move anything out of committee that had majority support of the board, whether or not it had the committee support or not, for precisely the reason you articulate. In Mr. Donnelly's case, there were members who were present on the committee who did not support, and it was clear that the motion did not have support of the board, even though, or regardless as to if the committee individually did. So I think that your argument is valid. However, the composition of this board and our engagement, which to be clear is pretty stellar, makes that moot. And so that's, I think, why it's not necessary at this time. Thank you.
So, and my concern is not about for me, it's not about, our processes can always be improved, but we should each try to follow them. And I don't want to create a situation where every board member is going to have a new business item. They're going to spend time thinking about what can I bring up new, when the focus of the agenda is to get the work of the board done. The committees are the spaces where we try to work things through. We have requests for information. You have board member comments. We have spent more time on opening this meeting and in this section than we have on the people's business. And so that concerns me. So, for member, I forgot, where am I, Amanda? I forgot where I was. Where am I? Are we voting? What are we doing?
Yeah,
we don't have a second. Oh, Carl second the NSBA?
Yeah. The motion to just, Member Jacobs seconded the motion to discharge from committee.
Okay. So the motion before us now is to send this back to the committee, right?
No, the motion before us now is to discharge my resolution regarding the DOJ and the National Association of School Boards trying to treat parents as domestic terrorists, to come before the full board to be placed on the non-action agenda at the next meeting. So that would provide complete public notice, appropriate public notice, wouldn't be acted upon until it had been noticed both on the non-action agenda and then subsequently on the action agenda.
So the letter you are referencing is a letter from 2020?
I think it was 2021. 21.
Was it 2021?
Yes. It was late in 2021 that the National Association.
And so you're holding our state association.
Sent that letter to the Department of Justice at the behest of the Biden administration.
Yeah, I hear you, Member Donnelly. We are a member of the Alaska Association of School Boards, School Board Associations, and they are a member of the national organization. And we have discussed this, I don't know how many times, but the motion before you right now is to move Member Donnelly's motion to the non-action agenda. It's been moved in second to move to the non-action agenda for November 19th meeting. Any other comments, Member Higgins?
I attended the National School Board Association last time, and the head of the NSBA apologized for that letter, made it clear that it was a mistake for them to be involved. They recognized that, and he said that in front of an entire membership with the entire group. There was a large group. I think they view this as something they regret. They shouldn't have gone in that direction. They acknowledge it already. They have indicated every effort they can to withdraw their decision involved with that. I know that some states didn't have anybody attend the conference as a result of it, but there was I believe, a very sincere apology coming in, recognizing this was not an appropriate statement that was made, and they gave an explanation of how it even came about. So I just don't know that focusing in on something that was a mistake at that time, well, they acknowledged as a mistake, which if they did not join in, which it Member Donnelly, but they acknowledged it. They did it in a sincere way, and bringing it up over and over again, I don't know that that's a good expenditure of our time or resources, and we're reminding people of a mistake, and I don't want to bring it up again. So I'm going to recommend against accepting that, because I don't want to hear about it again, and I don't want the public to think that statement represents us or something we think should be discussed.
Okay, thank you. And in full disclosure, I am the president-elect of our state association. So I don't know that means I can't vote, but I did want to make that known. So let's vote on the motion to move this forward. A yes vote means it goes to the December 19th meeting. A no vote means no. You ready, Amanda?
Member Holloman?
No.
Member Wilson?
No.
Member Lessons?
No.
Member Jacobs?
No.
Member Higgins?
No.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
President Bellamy?
No. Okay. And that motion fails 6-1. So can we move on to the rest of our public comment? Or you have new business?
I do. I'm going to have to jump in just real quick. I would like to refer to committee the establishment of a board audit committee. It has been the practice up until the last 5 years that there has been an audit committee within the board that works with the administration, works with the Council of Great City Schools at low cost. It comes in, we get experts from all these other school districts to come in to do an overview of different operations and programs. It looks for efficiency. It looks for accountability. Our role is to be the spokesperson for the public. We are to provide directions and accountability. I can bring in tons of school board members in the past, how effective this has been. They would try to do it every 3 years, different departments. It was so effective and so beneficial. We did it we dealt with the everyday math to the purchasing to other policies and procedures, but we didn't do it. We're not auditing the administration. We're working with the administration to bring in resources to do an overview to look for opportunities for improvement in our operations and save costs. And it's been very cost effective. Audits are running about $50,000 for an audit to do something comprehensive. So I would like to I am proposing that we refer to the committee the establishment of a board audit committee.
Okay.
Second.
Moved in second to refer to committee. I'm assuming the finance committee where the audits are presently taking place.
But I think that's probably a good location. That works out fine.
Refer to committee. An audit.
Let me change that. In the past, what we've had is a separate committee with audits because it's not finance, it's operational.
So we will also have to look at our bylaws and change them.
Yeah, we'd have to change that. But I think the starting point would be finance would be fine.
Okay, but then there's a governance piece too because our policies do not.
Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking governance might be better than finance because it's establishing a new committee so I think governance would probably be the best source.
Okay, thank you. Proposed this is why this new business, you guys been holding on to this stuff a long time. And you found this was very brief for me. Yeah, but it has taken up our evening. We still have people that need to talk. And we could have come at this through other ways. But so the motion before you now is point of clarification for Amanda.
So is your motion to start the process of establishing a board audit committee?
A board audit committee. And he wants it to go to starting governance.
I could just, let me ask a point of clarification. Sure. If I recall, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the chair of the governance committee, but I thought that Member Higgins had proposed an audit committee that's already in the process of being reviewed through governance. So I'm just seeking clarity as to what this action would suggest.
I'm confused with the question. I'm sorry.
I recall this was brought up as an item in the previous governance committee meeting. So I was anticipating that we would have this discussion already in governance. I don't want to speak on behalf of the chair, but that was my understanding when you brought this up in the governance committee.
I have raised it several times, but we never moved it forward or made it an item. But it's something that's out there. So I thought putting it on the agenda for the governance makes sense at this point. And that's all I'm asking for.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion before us is to, can you read it? Can I read it? Can you open that up so I can, okay. To start the process of establishing a board audit committee and to start in governance. So, let's vote.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member Lessons?
Yes.
Member Holloman,
Yes.
Member Jacobs,
Yes.
Member Higgins,
Yes.
Member Donnelly,
Yes.
President Bellamy.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Although, really, it's already in process through finance. But what he wants is a separate committee, which means we have to review our bylaws, make changes there, and then form the committee. All right, because our bylaws only say we have 3 committees. You want 4.
Yes, and in the past, and we could take it right out of the past policies, they had established it, and I think we can pull that up and refer to that real quick.
Okay, we can talk about that in governance. I'm not sure
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I believe it's correct that our policies establish 3 permanent committees: governance, communications, and finance. But I do believe the policies also give the board president the authority to establish new committees.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
You are correct. All right, we are moving on to public comment.
Madam Chair.
Member Donnelly.
Yes, just take a minute. It's just one more thing. That might be the only opportunity I ever get to do this. On the new business.
Okay.
Because we don't usually have new business. So you all know that several months ago, it's been quite a few months now, I introduced a resolution to address the issue of the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem and the Alaska flag song in our schools. And it called for that the national anthem and the state flag song would be played at least once a month. And this resolution was heard in the governance committee, but there was a decision by the majority of the committee at that time to just consider it some more and not move it forward to the board. But in my opinion, if there ever was a time to encourage patriotism and unity as Americans, it's now. And I believe that it's a really fair, simple proposal. It's had board close to being passed by the board once before. And so I would move to discharge the resolution regarding the national anthem and Alaska flag song and the Pledge of Allegiance and place it on the non-action calendar for the December 19th meeting. Yes.
I'll second.
I gotta say, board members, this is very, very difficult to chair this meeting with this kind of behavior. I mean, we are not using our process, and we're trying to lay on the table all of our personal little pet peeves, and this is not the intent. And as I recall that Member Donnelly, the issue that you're bringing up now, we just not even a month ago looked at that in committee. I don't even know that it hasn't come out of committee, but it hasn't been, I think we were doing more. I can't remember the status. Does anybody remember status of it?
Madam President, I'll speak to my recollection. I think this is good for discussion. With that said, I think we can comfortably vote down the motion and it would return to committee and continue due consideration.
Thank you, Member Jacobs. Any other comments before we vote? Because we really must move on. So this motion is to discharge the resolution regarding the national anthem and Alaska flag song and place it on the non-action calendar for the December 19th meeting. Proceed to vote.
Member Donnelly,
Yes.
Member Higgins,
No.
Member Holloman,
No.
Member Jacobs,
No.
Member Lessons,
No.
Member Wilson, No. President Bellamy?
No. And that motion fails. 6-1. We are continuing on our agenda with item I, public comment. We have numerous people waiting to be heard for this part of our program. Matthew Johnson and Joel Potter. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong sheet. Sorry. Matthew Johnson and Dorothy McCauley, if you're here. Thank you for your patience. Matthew, okay. Whenever you're ready, Matthew.
All right. Good evening, school board and superintendent. Thank you for your time at our town hall and consideration for our schools. I'm here today regarding Clack community and the other school communities recommended for closure. Building a strong school community and culture takes time. What message would we be sending if we close down successful and thriving schools? What message would we be sending to our principals who have taken extra time to make sure school culture is strong? What message would we be sending to dedicated staff members who put in their own extra time and cultivated strong relationships within the school community? What message are we sending when staff members that have worked together for several years are going to be displaced and lose those strong relationships they've built up? What message would we be sending to staff, new staff in the district that finally found an administrator and colleagues they enjoy working with? What message would you be sending to your workforce to close more schools in the upcoming years? Can you imagine being at a school that closed, then ending up at another school that closed again? These aspects are important to a successful school. Relationships matter. Also, what message would you be sending to students where school is the one consistent thing in their life, but now we're going to change that, not because of their actions, but because of actions of adults? I also worry how quickly these students would integrate in these new school community. Also, how would they be received? What message as a district would we be sending to our community that any school can close down, even the ones that are successful? But the biggest thing I want you to keep in mind is what is best for the students. I've always been told in education, decisions should be driven by what's best for the students. To me, I worry that closing CLAT and other schools would not be in best regard for the students. There are a few simple alternative costs that could be easily changed, which would allow for these schools to remain open. So please keep in mind before making any decisions, what's best for the students. I ask, would you say that your goals for a school would be strong student data, low student behavior incidences, a strong school community, a library environment that creates a love for reading, and supportive resources? Well, that's what CLAT is. We have the 4th highest ELL student population among all the elementary schools in ASD, and with that, we still have high student achievement and consistent academic growth. Statistics would say that the number of students we have should have higher student behavioral incidences, but we don't. We have 2 SLC classrooms which have amazing teachers and supportive professionals. How do I know this? I know this because I substituted all across the school before I was offered a teaching job. Sorry. Another thing I want to address is potential increase in PTR, peer-to-teacher ratio, an idea that has floated around. My question again would be, is this what's best for students? I came from a charter school in California before arriving in Alaska. What you'd often find is class sizes 30 students and above. I had multiple years with 32 students in a 4th grade classroom. What you'd find in these classrooms was increased student disruptions, which affected student learning and a much more challenging schedule to allow teachers to help students during the day, as it was harder to reach students whether they're below grade level, on grade level, or above grade level in small groups. I ask again, is this what would be best for students? Also, as you know, I and the rest of us, the biggest funding we need is from our state representatives. We have a school community, have already planned to, and will continue to message our representatives for increased funding. Just wanted to let you guys know that. I wanted to end this with closing a school is not something you can undo. It takes years for traditions and strong culture to flourish. Please remember when you vote in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Dorothy? And let's have Denise Pranger come up.
Hello, my name is Dorothy McCauley, and I was born, raised, and educated here in Anchorage, Alaska, in the Anchorage School District. In 2015, my husband and I bought a home in the Unaka Valley neighborhood. Our son was a year old, and I was pregnant with our second child. We are a family like many others in this city who relies on the accessibility of our neighborhood public school. We bought our home with the intent to create a better life for us and our children who are currently enrolled in 3rd and 1st grade at Unaka Valley Elementary. It is the only school our children have attended, as we know how valuable the consistency of their school experience is to their education and sense of belonging. Our son was attending Unaka Valley as a kindergartner when ASD closed the schools in March 2020, and we stuck by the school Anchorage School District and its dedicated teachers through the many difficulties of remote learning for its youngest students, with a feeling of normalcy really only returning finally this year. That was, of course, until the shock of the school district's sudden announcement in October of a planned closure after the school year, with my eldest having only 2 more grades to go. When passing out flyers for our community's town hall to other parents picking up their children from school, I was struck by how many thought the closure was already a done deal and that they had no real voice. I think that the Anchorage School District is being short-sighted, extremely unwise, and financially non-transparent in its pursuit of disintegrating the city's neighborhood school system, at least in the city's working class neighborhoods. The projections of future neighborhood declines based on birth rates and low enrollments during and shortly after a global pandemic are in many ways a self-fulfilling prophecy based on a scarcity mentality that will doom what is already a struggling economy to further hardship for only very short-term financial relief for some, but certainly not for these neighborhood families. It is the duty of this public school district to ensure that all of its students receive a quality education as the citizens of the future. The relative income levels of this city's parents with children in the public school system must not be a factor in the availability of neighborhood schools, which bring a cultural anchor to their neighborhoods based in a shared interest in the city's future through its children. Families who plan their lives for decades around the availability of a good public school cannot simply be brushed off with expectations to spend more on fuel or to buy another vehicle they cannot really afford. The Anchorage School District is a public school system and cannot be managed in such a way as to make it clear that they have placed a value judgment on which of its students matter more than others by giving preferential considerations to families who have the financial option to enroll their students in private schools. And this is precisely the message that the Anchorage School District is sending by closing public elementary schools in the city's working class neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's have Denise, you're next, and then Catherine Brown, come join us. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my voice. I have been thankful to work for ASD at Clatt Elementary, and I have been in education for over 30 years and at Clatt for 3 years. The Clatt team is one of the hardest working teams I feel I have the privilege to work alongside. I will mention some points from the presentations that I emailed each of you a couple weeks ago about the beauty of Clatt Elementary. I would like to offer another lens to look through as you make changes to improve the finances at ASD. As an instructional coach, I have sat through many meetings and presentations discussing the academic goals for 2026. And I have heard the reasons for closures for each school, but what I haven't heard is the importance of the academic growth of our students and the achieve the academic goals for ASD. 5 of the 6 schools with potential closure are title schools. The students we serve are on the cusp of growing in their academia, and the stability that they need is of the utmost importance for the students' learning journey. I can only speak for Clatt, as that is where I am located, and I am here to celebrate Clatt. Our amazing group of educators have been dedicated to the WIN intervention process, focusing on our below 40th percentile students to move them to achieve at grade level. Our specialists, ELL teachers, tutors, and TAs work alongside of the grade level teams to meet the needs of our students. This is a big deal as it's hard to achieve this. Yay, Clatt! If interventions are not working, we then move them through the MTSS process. And if the student needs more support, we move them towards the special education model. And I'm happy to tell you the teachers are rocking this. Again, this is not easy to do, so yay, Clatt. At Clatt, we have a structured learning center for students K through 6. In order to enhance their experience in learning, Clatt received a grant for a one-of-a-kind in the district, a sensory room, and we call it a Believe room because we believe in every student. In the presentation I sent you, there were video and pictures of this room. There were over 1,000 schools nationwide that applied for this grant funded by a Rockefeller organization. Only 32 in the nation received this 2-year grant. Clatt was one of the 32 schools in the nation, and we'll begin our 2nd year to create our next one, which is Believe Sensory Garden this spring. Yay, Clatt. Our library stands out as it is not only provides books for our general population, but has received many grants as well for books on social emotional learning, helping the many students that struggle with emotional needs. Yay, Clatt. And Clatt is a well-functioning school with a great leader. Mrs. Szymanski is leading us in the direction that the district set before us. Has the district given deep consideration to the academic successes in the buildings we are about to disseminate? We looked at geographics and populations, but have we focused on what's really important? And that is students' success in academics, and how devastating it could be to uproot our title students. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Brewster, can you join us as well?
Thank you for being here tonight and taking the time to listen. I do understand that you all have many hard choices ahead. My name is Kathy Brown, and I'm a single parent of 3 kids that all attended or attend ASD schools, class of 2020, 2022, and 2024. I'm also a school nurse and have had the privilege of working for ASD for the past 18 years. I'm here tonight as a parent to share the importance of keeping high school swimming under ASD's watch. I want swimming to stay in ASD. I want all sports to remain. Swimming is a life-saving skill. Swimming is also a no-cut sport. Every year, kids who have never been on a team, let alone in a pool, join just to learn how to swim. Swimming truly is for every student. As a school nurse who works at King Tech, Alaska Middle College, I work with student athletes from all 8 high schools. Athletics are a huge part of many students' lives. For many, athletics are the reason they show up to school and want to do well. Swimming can be expensive. I'm a longtime swim parent. I get that. Is there a reason that all sports in ASD cannot make a valid attempt to cut perhaps 10% of their budget in order to cut costs across the board, possibly saving sports that are being slated for possible outsourcing? Outsourcing is not possible for high school swimming. Please refer to the letter sent to you yesterday. It's very informative. ASD pays the Muni up to $250 per hour to use a pool. Why? I have emailed my Muni representatives and asked them that question. I asked my 2 kids who still live at home what their favorite thing about high school swimming is and was. My son, class of 2022, told me he's glad he was a swimmer because he won't drown. He also enjoyed racing and going to regions and state. He has many swim friends who he still sees today. Swimming also enabled him to be able to learn how to be organized, set goals, work hard to achieve said goals, and be able to reevaluate when a goal is not met. He learned to be resilient. This is so important for so many reasons. My daughter, the one who fell in the pool, who just finished high school season last month, had one goal: to break a minute in her 100 free. She waited until finals at regions to do it, but she did it. She didn't go to state, but to her, that swim was her state. That was a moment that she will remember forever. Swimming and her friends she has made on her high school team have helped her to be more outgoing. Her grades are good. She's working and doing well. She came up short on her 100 free goal multiple times throughout the season, but stuck to it and accomplished it. Just think how that will carry her into college and beyond. That's good stuff. My favorite parent memory was in 2019. A brand new swimmer who swam with my oldest son for Diamond had never swum before, watching the entire Diamond team and service team cheer him on as he made the 50 free with the lifeguard walking the length of the pool. Made me smile and it was awesome. And that is why my kids participate in swimming. I'm hopeful that we can come together and work this out. And in closing, anyone in this room who has not contacted your representatives in Juneau, you need to do so and do so soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have David Smith and Rebecca Radcliffe Potter. David Smith. Okay, Rebecca, welcome. Let's have Stephen Yee join us whenever you're ready.
My name is Rebecca Potter. I speak tonight to oppose closing Title I neighborhood schools, including Unaka Valley Elementary, which is in my neighborhood. Many people from our neighborhood have been asking the board and the district to consider the reasons the school closure proposal is problematic. We've pointed out that the district will in a few years lose, not gain funding by closing Unaka Valley Elementary, and the same is true for other school closures. We've decried the lack of safe, reasonable walking routes to schools outside our neighborhood. We've observed that if the school district buses students instead, that cuts into the small short-term savings projected by closing the school. We've noted that while the district's consultant said he selected schools for closure based on low utilization rates, the charters who have been offered the buildings are mostly smaller than the schools they would replace. We've pointed out that there was no projection made for area-specific population forecasts or birth rates for the areas where school closures are proposed, which are densely and diversely populated. We've criticized the inequity of choosing mostly Title I schools to close. None of this seems to have made much impact, and numbers on a screen continue to lead decision-making more than the experience and knowledge of families and children in our neighborhoods. I will say that I wrote this before tonight, and I appreciate the movement indicated toward more community involvement. I think maybe people in other parts of Anchorage look at lower income areas like Wonder Park, Nunaka Valley, and the others where school closures are proposed and look only at enrollment numbers and test scores and mistakenly think, oh, those neighborhoods are not good. Those schools are not successful. We should close them. But come live in one of these neighborhoods and you'll see something different. Teachers, parents, and neighbors are working hard to tell students the truth, that they matter, that their neighborhoods matter, that good people live and work and go to school here. Our communities are vibrant and our children have tremendous promise. But when you close the schools in their neighborhood and give those buildings to others outside the neighborhood, you are telling those communities that they do not deserve their schools. Do you know how damaging it is to lower income parts of town to feel that they don't deserve the school in their neighborhood? Students from other parts of Anchorage deserve that school building instead. It would contribute to an age-old pattern of demeaning paternalism to make choices that say to students, your place, your community, your school is not good enough to deserve the education funding dollars it costs us. So we'll move you and give this place to others instead. I'm not asking for any other school or program to close, but their survival must not be at the expense of Title I schools and low-income neighborhoods. We understand you are under pressure from certain politicians to pursue a very narrow notion of efficiency and high occupancy. We will pound on the doors of the state legislature until they do the decent thing and give the BSA a long overdue inflation adjustment. But we need the school board and the school district to stand with us and stand up for us, not cave to demands from powerful outsiders, demands that hurt most those who are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have James Lima join us. Stephen, whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you. My name is Stephen Yee, and I'm a student at UEA, and I'm here in support of high school swimming. I officiate high school swimming for the past 3 years since I graduated from Service High School. I can only speak from my own experience as an official and a former high school swimmer. In high school, I joined swimming in my sophomore year when I couldn't do football because of an injury. I've done other high school sports such as cross-country skiing and track, but I didn't do them anymore after I got injured during my entire high school career. The activities clerk suggested that I should join swimming, a sport that sees far fewer injuries than other sports, as an alternative to other fall sports that I wanted to do. I started swimming with what I knew. I wasn't initially fast, and I didn't take the sport seriously. But after getting my first varsity letter, I became more involved and dedicated myself to improvement. I wasn't a perfect swimmer, but attending practice and summer camps helped drop my times in meets. For example, my first 500 freestyle time was less than 9 minutes, and I ended my last 500 freestyle with a time of 6 minutes and 48 seconds. It wasn't the competition that made swimming fun for me. It was a sense of belonging and being part of the team. I was surrounded by peers who supported each other the best they could. I learned about working toward goals and how to work on myself. I graduated from Service High School in 2019, and I maintained my ties to my high school swim team by officiating swim meets. Being an official for enforcing the rules wasn't the reason. It was quite simply to make sure athletes have fun and have the best opportunities to advance. The same feeling I had when I was in swimming. I like officiating high school swimming and making these other meets possible and fun. Now, I can't speak for the coaches, the parents, and the swimmers behind me, but what I can say is cutting swimming will cause a full-scale deterioration of the sport here in Anchorage. Now, to address this, school board is to experience a singular feeling, a sense that you are part of something bigger than yourself. In the past 3 years, I officiated athletes that some went on to college or went on to the Olympics, and many of them credit their successes to their teams and the pools they were trained at here in Anchorage. I don't want to be here, and none of these people behind me want to be here, but we are. And they're not here for themselves. They're here to fight for what is right, a sport they live for. Now, you've all made a point earlier, and it was one that we have heard over and over again in this room, which is you have a lot of stuff to do, and you have to make sure there's money for a variety of things. Well, the ASD's purpose is to educate all students for success in life. This includes keeping programs and sports intact. I don't know if we have the money, and we can't fund these programs, but you can. And why swimming is chosen to be cut off from funding is beyond my comprehension, and I have yet to hear a reasonable explanation for why. I want to thank the school board and for allowing this testimony. Thank you all for so much for this time, and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, Stephen. Let's see. Let's have Yarrow Silvers join us whenever you're ready, Mr. Lima.
Thank you. My name is James Lima. Thank you for taking public input on the future of public high school swim and diving programs tonight. I'm speaking as a citizen and a taxpayer. I have no connection to high school swimming or the schools. I have had no children go through the Anchorage School District, so I'm strictly here speaking as a taxpayer and as a resident. I have no role other than paying through these programs through the property taxes placed on my resident. I am really impressed tonight by the testimony that was given earlier by the athletes as to what high school swimming means to them, the benefits of a lifelong sport, the importance of allowing a wide, diverse, and very inclusive program and a relatively low-cost activity. It is absolutely a wonderful thing what this sport provides to those athletes. I am troubled that the board is contemplating eliminating, reducing, or privatizing. I know some people have used the term outsourcing. I'll call it privatizing. The competitive high school swim and dive program. No one is sure which option will go forward. Public information is kind of sparse. I know it's being discussed on several channels. I know there's a cost. There's always a cost. It seems to come down to money. Who gets indulged and who doesn't? But I think the intangibles that the athletes described here tonight in their testimony needs to be given top consideration. Cost is, you know, suits, caps, goggles, towels, something to carry it in, pool rentals, things like that. But I think it's the intangibles that our student athletes were demonstrating tonight really means much more than just the dollars and cents. Every generation wants the next generation to have it a little bit better. The children in our school system have had many curveballs thrown at them in the last few years. Economic downturn, school closed by COVID, reopening restrictions, you know, the litany, you deal with it every month. So with all that has transpired, why do we want to limit or take this sport away from them? Haven't they had to deal with enough? They've shown great resiliency tonight coming through all this, and many of them described what it meant to them to get back to swimming during COVID. I think we should continue to support this program.
Thank you, Mr. Lima.
Thank you.
Can we have Jody McLaughlin join us up front, please? And Ms. Silvers, you're next.
Yarrow Silvers. I'm addressing comments made by Member Donnelly last meeting. I was disappointed that Donnelly used his comments to make excuses for defunding schools rather than to fight for our children. He recycled many talking points that anti-education lawmakers use when refusing to adequately fund education. Donnelly spoke about scores and the idea that schools should not be funded until scores go up. I'd like to point out that the NAEP student scores began diving downward in 2017, coinciding with this round of our legislature's refusal to fund schools, with scores still declining. Starving our children of an education and expecting unicorns to appear and fix the issues is not working. Defunding schools is just as dumb as defunding the police, Member Donnelly. Nationwide, we've increased police funding using additional resources to solve problems, adding body cameras, training, mental health crisis teams, which we couldn't have done by defunding. So why are we defunding our schools? Why isn't our next generation worth educating? Member Donnelly spoke about adding accountability measures and a different curriculum. That's fantastic, but these are policy goals, which are separate from funding needs, although you do need funding to implement policy. Policy goals should be discussed and implemented based on their merits, not by holding education hostage and playing political games that destroy our children's futures. Member Donnelly, when you said maybe it would be easier for the legislature to increase funding if you do some of these things that we want, What I heard is that you are willing to carry dirty water for anti-education lawmakers who play political games. As you produce propaganda sound bites for Florida-based blogs like Must Read Alaska, like you also did earlier tonight while parents were waiting in the room to speak, you are legitimizing and excusing the failure of the legislature, the governor, and others who use our students as pawns, which causes harm to families and children, creates brain drain as people flee our state, and stagnates our economy. Is it a coincidence that alongside defunding education, Alaska is now near last in the nation on the following economic metrics: net migration, GDP, employment growth, and unemployment? Leaders in our state refuse to prioritize education. I can only conclude that Alaska does not value education. This is not the first stretch of years that the legislature has refused to adequately fund education, and we wonder why we have packed prisons, a homelessness crisis, high crime rates, and unemployment. Undereducated societies breed these issues. We wonder why our economy lacks investment, oil companies hire outside workers, and people who would contribute to municipal tax rolls are fleeing the state. Defunding education is not how we raise good citizens or build a thriving society. The state has a constitutional obligation to fund public education for every student. The state is failing, our legislature has failed, and our governor has failed to meet their constitutional obligation.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Sean McLaughlin, can you join us, please? Jody, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for your efforts with a difficult set of circumstances. Myself and my husband, who learned to swim in the Yukon River, are parents of a graduated and junior swimmer at South High School. We've been directing or officiating swim meets for 10 years. I'm secretary to the board for Alaska Swimming and of Central Area Swimming. He chairs the governance committee. We swam competitively growing up in Fairbanks, became lifeguards, taught swim lessons, and coached high school before becoming adult master swimmers and triathletes. We've lost loved ones to drowning. We strongly believe this life skill building sport needs to stay fully supported. The board's mission is to provide equal opportunity for all students. Outsourcing effectively cuts swimming for half the students who don't belong to clubs. 5 of 8 high schools don't have club programs on site. In addition to nobody to run it, there would be an insurmountable financial burden creating disparities. Outsourced girls hockey pays 3 different registration fees to ASD, Anchorage Hockey, and USA Hockey. Outsourced baseball enjoys access to free field time at the schools, but there isn't free pool time in Anchorage. Across Alaska, schools aren't charged pool rent at all, or very little, while ASD is charged nearly $200,000 by the municipality for a season of swimming. Swimming brings hundreds of kids of all abilities, needs, backgrounds, and socioeconomic status to the pools. They put down phones, embrace positive body image, and work hard to rapidly improve a lifelong, life-saving skill they need. They gain confidence they can do and overcome hard things. There are as many non-club as there are club kids. Brand new swimmers struggling to complete a 50 free or battling through a 500 are cheered on in the same heat as some of the fastest swimmers until they reach the wall and soak in what they've just accomplished, something they may have been terrified of. Something really, really hard. The staggering rate of drowning in Alaska will rise if high school swimming is outsourced. The rest of the state will likely eventually fold too. Hundreds of kids will stop strengthening their needed swim skills in coastal communities. Supporting swimming means each year hundreds of kids who could or would never otherwise set foot in a pool practice every day for 3 months and their skills skyrocket. Injured kids from other sports and varying unique and special needs who thrive in a swimming environment but not so well elsewhere all find community, support, fun, and development. All swimmers are supported wherever they are at. My teammate's little brother Jeremy was disfigured in a dog attack as a toddler. He had no use of an arm and a compromised foot and leg. He had a goal everyone knew about to break 10 minutes in the 500 freestyle. That longer race sometimes goes less noticed, but not that day. Across all teams, the house roared with teary eyes the entire 10 minutes, start to finish, cheering Jeremy on as he achieved in 9 minutes 58 seconds his senior year of high school. Some things can't be quantified. These experiences foster the best in all of us week in and week out of high school.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. Sean McLaughlin, Michael Worsham,
Kristen Holmes Ryder. And Leslie Jacoby. Yeah, the mics are on. You can just talk.
Good evening, Dr. Bryant, school board members, and ASD team. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Kristen Ryder, and I am a 4th and 5th grade teacher at Willowa Elementary. I have taught at Willowa for the past 13 years. On November 22nd, many of our staff attended the town hall event for the possible closure of Wonder Park Elementary. While there, our staff not only advocated for our special programs that are ingrained into our school community, but also assured Wonder Park families that if this transition moves forward, we will welcome them with open arms. I am here tonight to reiterate their sentiments. We would absolutely welcome the staff and students of Wonder Park Elementary. I know that this is a very difficult situation for all involved. However, I do not feel, though, as a receiving school, that our school family has been taken into consideration with this recommendation. At Willowa, we have a listening and spoken language or hard of hearing preschool and K through 5th grade class. This program has been at Willowa since before I even started working there. I've had 1 to 4 hard of hearing students who are included in the general education setting per year. This allows our hard of hearing students the same educational opportunities as their peers. It is being recommended that they are relocated to another school. We also have 1 structured learning preschool class and 3 structured learning classes in our building. Willowa has 15 SLC students who are included into the general education setting, working right along with their peers with the support of paraprofessionals, teachers, and their classmates. Moving these students to another building or 2 or 3 would be detrimental to the progress they have made while at Willowa. We also have a Title I preschool that has been a neighborhood program for our families for the past 18 years. All students who attend our Title I preschool are students who live within our zone. Our program is always full, and we have had the opportunity to see many students and whole families start out in preschool and finish 5th grade in our building. We are asking that our school family not only not be completely torn apart should this recommendation be approved by the board. We, of course, would welcome Wonder Park, but please do not take all of our special programs away from us. The other issue I would like to talk about is the conversation over the PTR possibly increasing. Our building lost a teacher on the first teacher workday due to displacements. This caused us to take 4 classes and create 3 4-5 splits that rotate like a middle school model. Our 4-5 classes each have 29, 29, and 31 students. The PTR for 4th and 5th is 26. My point of mentioning this is one core belief of ASD is transparency. When charts are being shown to the public, there really isn't much information on what the actual class sizes are compared to the current PTR. It is hard for parents to advocate to legislatures for more money when they don't truly understand what the numbers in a real classroom look like. Providing charts that not only show the financial side of things.
Thank you very much. Leslie, let's ask Katie Werdemeyer to join us whenever you're ready.
My name is Leslie Jacoby. I drove up to Anchorage today from Seward to testify because swimming is near and dear to my heart and the heart of my community. I'm representing Seward Tsunami Swim Club, Seward High School Swimming, myself, and my daughter Lydia Jacoby, Alaska's 2020 Olympic swimming champion. I grew up in Anchorage, attended Diamond High School, and now live in the maritime community of Seward for the last 30 years. I've had the privilege to be the president of the Seward Tsunami Swim Club for the past 8 years. I've volunteered as an assistant coach and an official for both club teams and for high school. Anchorage High School swimming affects swimming around the state, as teams are often in Anchorage for the fastest swimming opportunities. Anchorage swimming provides a unique space for peers to be together with friends from around the state. As you all know, Alaska is big, but a small state. We all rely on each other. A cut to high school swimming in Anchorage will affect teams around the entire state. You have many difficult decisions to make regarding the budget. Please do not cut high school swimming. It's a matter of public health. Swimming is a sport that can save lives. Alaska drowning rates are amongst the highest in the nation. Proficient high school swimmers have saved others' lives. Skilled swimmers have been able to save their own lives in dire situations. Swimming is an important life skill. It's important for the mental health of our youth. The sport provides a safe space and a healthy outlet for developing life skills, goal-setting abilities, and the formation of friendships. High school swimming also provides a place to reach the highest competitive pinnacle of the sport. The coaching that takes place instills confidence, and when done passionately, can positively shape the lives of these athletes. This coaching provides lifelong skills to care for the body, physically and mentally. Goals for every level of swimmer become achievable, from learning the strokes to shaving seconds off a personal best. Our Seward boys won regions and took second at state in Anchorage with only 4 swimmers. The pride and joy spread across our community. With superb coaching, instilling the skills needed, and incredible trust in each other, their coach, and the process, success was achieved. These athletes worked so hard together, the team bond unbreakable. This was a special high school season. To say swimming has been an important part of my life and my daughter's life would be an understatement. It has opened doors to friendships, travel, and opportunities abound. Lydia and many other states athletes swim in college and are pursuing higher education. Swimming helped provide valuable scholarships and name, image, likeness opportunities. Consider that cutting swimming could potentially be a violation of Title IX. Swimmers are hard workers and dedicated individuals. They are driven. They are the type of people we want in our society and state. Let's help them thrive and provide them the opportunity. Thank you for all the ways you helped my daughter to reach her Olympic dreams. We have many athletes close to their goal of achieving an Olympic trial cut for the 2024 Paris Olympics. Let's help them by supporting high school swimming. Swimming is a life skill.
Thank you very much. Yes, you may start.
Hi, my name is Katie Weidemeyer, and I am an 8th grade language arts teacher at Golden View Middle School. I'm here tonight on behalf of hundreds of my colleagues to call attention to the need for you, as school board members, to preserve the middle school model in your considerations for budget cuts. As you know, the last few years have been difficult for our students in all grade levels, but we are acutely aware of this in our mid-level classes. Many students had difficulties transitioning back to in-class learning. The middle school model is the best way to address these concerns, as it allows for a team of teachers to build a sense of community and become familiar with individual students as learners to collectively work to meet for their specific needs. This team model also allows teachers to form a network of support for our students to help them develop vital skills needed to transition to the rigorous curriculum of high school and beyond. In essence, the middle school model is the biggest bang for your buck in meeting the students' needs and preparing them for high school. You, as the school board, are seriously considering the idea of increasing class sizes to save money. But taking away the middle school model would negatively impact both students and teachers, especially with larger classes. Without the middle school model, the only way to manage an increased class sizes and maintain a healthy work-life balance is to decrease the number of writing assignments that are graded. As a language arts teacher, I work with social studies teachers. That would then give less meaningful feedback to our students. And we're looking at anywhere from 175 to 210 students per day, which equates to 44 to 52 hours of extra grading time per essay. I did the math. There would also be fewer labs in science and other core subjects with no opportunities for cross-curricular interdisciplinary projects, which have been proven to increase the students' level of engagement. Additionally, there is less time for parent phone calls to share concerns or celebrations of our students. Instead, duty time would be spent planning, grading, and collecting data for our students with IEPs and 504s. The ability to consistently provide high-quality learning environment for every student would be compromised. Parents and public expect that students be able to think and write critically on a variety of subjects, and the middle school model allows more time for this kind of writing. In conclusion, to take away the middle school model is, in essence, kind of like malpractice. It takes away proven model of positive effects to team teaching and positive development of our students. We are concerned that without the middle school model, the accurate implementation of IEPs and 504s would suffer. Students would feel adrift in crowded classrooms and would suffer academically. And students would go to high school without having developed critical skills because teachers had to triage their workload to maintain some semblance of personal health. It is our job to help students meet their potential.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Can we have Jessica Bloom and Terrence Dalton? Okay, they're not on the phone. Okay, in person, Iona Marie Barber Leiter. Iona. Okay. And let's have Carl Posh come forward. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for all of your work. When I was in the 5th grade at Chugach Elementary, I joined orchestra. The next year, my teacher allowed me to join band. So I took 2 music classes, band and orchestra, in the 6th grade. At Stellar in the 8th grade, I'd walk to Romick to play clarinet in one class, percussion in the next class, and then transcribe horn music for saxophones in my last class. My mom raised 6 children on her own. I was awarded a clarinet music scholarship from the University of Victoria, where I graduated with honors. For the last 22 years, I've been an ASD band teacher and a musician with this guy, with the Anchorage Symphony Orchestra, and also play with a concert band and the Anchorage Opera and many more ensembles in Anchorage. It is the structure of an elementary school that is why the band and orchestra program teaches every single student district-wide. Because of the elementary model, I can find the invisible students who have talent and potential but need to be found, encouraged, and supported. For the last 60 years, the elementary band and orchestra program has been the only proven model that provides all students a glimpse of a career, college scholarship, and an avocation in music in the exact same way ASD has provided it for me for my own life. One of my band students was eager to join band but missed the deadline. A week later, he said his folks wanted his help at their restaurant. I offered an ASD instrument rental for him. A week later after that, he said he couldn't join because he was saving money to buy his own bike. I waived the fee. He cried while he thanked me. He was a model student, eager to learn, ambitious. His family was proud of him when he got into honor band. Before school each morning, he would serenade with his baritone the people at his bus stop while they waited in the middle of winter for their ride to work or school. For another student, the Spanish immersion teacher called home after she missed the deadline to join. The call was not productive. Her desire to join convinced the teacher and I to help her out, but we still needed the parent's signature for her to join. The student taught her dad what a trombone was, and finally she was in. She practices her instrument at home when the other kids don't. She learned all of her songs a month in advance so she could give her family an early Thanksgiving recital. She's trying out for honor band tomorrow. Another student lives with his grandparents. He chose baritone, but his family owned a violin. A month later, he dropped out of orchestra. His family suggested percussion. We chatted. I told him I'd help. Now, when students come and report 45 minutes of practice, he reports 250 minutes. He sees his mom twice a year. On his last visit, he saw his mom. He brought his trombone to play hot cross buns for him. In middle school, these children's potential would have never seen the light of day, but the current elementary program I teach in, I'm able to identify these students, where in middle school, they would have fallen through the cracks. If you receive $2 million back, the price of the cut of this elementary band and orchestra program.
Thank you very much. Let's have Catherine Cronlund join us. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Posh.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carl Posh. I'm testifying about our vibrant elementary beginning band and orchestra program and how important it is to keep it in elementary schools. With new 6th through 8th grade middle schools, that means considering having beginning band and orchestra in 5th grade. Now, what's the problem with starting beginning band and orchestra in middle school? Moving the elementary band and orchestra program to a 6th through 8th grade middle school would severely undermine a program that has been a great success for decades. The current participation rate of 6th graders in the program is about 94%. So picture 94 out of every 100 students in 6th grade are participating. At some ASD middle schools with 6th graders, current participation is below 27%. 27%. Unfortunately, this tracks perfectly with national case studies that indicate that taking a band and orchestra program out of elementary schools will cause a minimum loss of student participation of 65% within 2 to 4 years. That does not sound like saving a music program. Notable lack of appropriate space in current junior highs would exacerbate this. I was born in Anchorage, attended Sand Lake Elementary School, Mears Junior High, and Diamond High School. My wife and I have a daughter who's in 2nd grade in Anchorage School District. I am a product of the elementary beginning band and orchestra program. I've been principal clarinetist with the Anchorage Symphony for the last 27 years. I was music director and conductor of the Anchorage Civic Orchestra for 10 years. And after graduating from Diamond, I earned a Bachelor in Music degrees in music on scholarship. As a 10-year-old at Sand Lake Elementary, I got to stand up and play my first solo with the beginning band. 2 years ago, I composed and performed a world premiere solo concerto with the Anchorage Symphony. Without the elementary beginning band program, I would not be the person I am today. Neither would thousands of others. There are countless success stories from the program. Students have gone on to play in Broadway hits like The Producers. They've become university music professors, school music teachers, recording artists, and music industry professionals. The vast majority of students receive their first introduction to instrumental music in our current program. Please do not overestimate the perceived savings of absorbing this program into the middle schools. Nationally, band and orchestra teachers typically teach about 30% more students per class. This increased FTE, full-time equivalent, means that replacing music teachers with non-music teachers will cost the district notably more. Elementary beginning band and orchestra in elementary schools is a transformational program for 94% of our kids. Let's keep it vibrant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's see. Sarah Randall and Barbara Krager. Welcome. Okay, Sarah, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. 12 years ago, our family decided to move to Anchorage, Alaska because of its strong music program, strong elementary gifted program, and diverse high school sports, including swim team. All things that our schools in Oklahoma did not have. Now, this is the 4th time in 5 years and 2 petitions that I, Sarah Randall, mother of 6, future social worker, past teacher, have chosen to come down here to fight to keep the very things that brought our family to Alaska. This is my 4th time to drive across town to sit here for hours to state the obvious, that cutting programs in our schools that our kids need will hurt our kids. Cutting high school swimming, cutting elementary band and orchestra, cutting Ignite will hurt our kids mentally, physically, and academically. Last week when I showed my son Sam, who had already signed up to Save Swimming, the email about cutting 6th grade music, he, an all-state trombone player who began playing in 6th grade, exclaimed, "They're cutting all the ways we cope." Cutting programs kids rely on to cope with the stresses of life is the last place to look when considering how to save money in our district. If there's anything we learned from COVID, it is that educating a child's academic brain cannot be separated from educating their social, emotional, mental, and physical whole self. A child's mental and physical health is directly connected to their ability to learn, test well, and succeed in school. And my second time I came down here was to ask you to consider ACEs, adverse childhood experience, and create trauma-informed schools to address the main reason of our low reading and math scores, not to create scripted priority plans. I have 2 daughters and now a son who you heard from earlier that have gained much more than physical health from the self-confidence, resilience, and work ethic of being on a high school swim team. But if you don't believe me, you could look to the now 4,432 signatures on the petition that high school swimmer and student Ari Kaufman wrote. I get that the legislature needs to increase their per student allotment, but also ASD needs to stop wasting money on expensive outside consultants, 4 unnecessary new standardized tests a year instead of 1, scripted priority plans, creating new schools instead of remodels. I ask you to cut or consolidate these ASD offices to move to a cheaper building, consolidate administrative positions, only remodel schools, not build new ones. Stop cutting kids in the programs they need you don't see every day to keep your ASD administration colleagues that you do see every day. Perhaps I can explain it with a story.
If you give my son a high school swim team to swim on, then he will grow socially stronger, physically, mentally, and have healthy ways to cope with stress as he gains in self-confidence, working hard, swimming 2 hours a day to cut times from his events. If you take away high school swimming, he will lose the self-esteem he gained from working hard as an individual, as a team to improve his stroke and time. If you cut high school swimming 6th grade and Ignite, chances are more families will take their cookie and glass of milk to move to a state where we can ask for high school swim team and a strong music program to go with us, and that the kids who remain behind.
Thank you very much. Barbara?
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Anchorage School Board. My name is Barbara Kagerer. I am here to support all aspects of music education, but specifically band and orchestra at the elementary school level. Together with my husband, we have owned and operated the Horn Doctor Music Store, Alaska Music and Sound, for almost 40 years. My comments tonight could be seen as self-preservation, since our business model relies a great deal on a healthy music community and the demand for music products and services. However, I'm here because I'm passionate about the lifelong benefits of learning to play a musical instrument. According to a 2017 article in the American Scientist, the earlier a child picks up a musical instrument and begins to play, the more opportunity they have to expand their brain's ability to listen and process information. Quoting American Scientist, musical experience early in life imparts lifelong neuroplasticity. After evaluating the preponderance of the evidence, we are confident that music education should be part of every child's curriculum. Music education manifestly supports child development in both easy and difficult ways to measure. Augmented sound processing in the brain makes young musicians better learners, which can generalize to benchmarks such as standardized tests and grades that society values in education, end quote. Want better reading scores? Teach band and orchestra as early as possible in elementary school. Want kids to do better in math and science? Teach band and orchestra as early as possible in elementary school. Furthermore, eliminating band and orchestra in elementary schools will widen the performance gap between the haves and the have-nots in our community. Parents with resources will continue to seek out private teachers to start their kids on a musical instrument as early as possible, because this is so beneficial to early childhood development. But what about children whose families can't afford a private music teacher? These children who need our support the most will be put at a distinct disadvantage. I end with a quote from Albert Einstein. In addition to his physics career, Einstein was an accomplished musician who began playing violin at age 5. Quote, "Life without playing music is inconceivable for me. I live my daydreams in music. I see my life in terms of music. I get the most joy in life out of music," end quote. I am no Einstein, but I ask you to consider what really smart people have proven to us already. Music education is an essential part of a well-rounded education. Please keep band and orchestra in our elementary schools and fully fund this highly successful elementary program. Thank you.
And thank you very much. River Ramoglia, Avalon Lee. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is River Ramulia. I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. I have been very fortunate to have had an early music education in my life. I was started on piano. Somebody showed me how to play a few notes on the keys. Her name was Amy Nicolason. Later, I took up the cello. And it has been the way that I, like you said with Albert Einstein, it's the way that I see and experience the world. It's helped me develop into a writer, a community member, an observer, an empathetic human being. Helps me see. And I think we're all trying to see more of each other and more of the world. And that never would have happened for me without music. So I am a fierce advocate for early music education because I was a beneficiary of it. I'm also aware that there are complexities with music, but I think it's really, really important that we all share it together, find love and community through music, and all that it allows us to see and experience together. I'm also, based on what I've heard today, a big fan of swimming. I'm really happy to see and hear a lot from the swimming community today. And I just want to thank everybody on this board for all of the work that they do. I care deeply. I also do a lot of writing, and a lot of that is informed by music. And I just want to share one quick line with you that has gotten me through a lot of really difficult times. And it's something that I don't even think that I was the author of, but it's what do you see when you look in the mirror, shaped as love, the form of you, clear in the picture? So that's a question that I ask everybody to think about as they move through their lives and continue to learn and grow and develop. And one of my best friends, her name is Kelly, said to me that the highest state of being in this world is learning. And I will never forget that lesson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Evelyn and Elaine Gray. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Avalon Lee. I grew up in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I've been here in Anchorage the last 2 years. I'm here to talk about keeping elementary music in our district because I was one of the beneficiaries of starting orchestra in 4th grade. I would have never done it if I didn't have it in public school. That led to private lessons, which led to school orchestra, playing with Fairbanks Symphony, playing with Fairbanks Opera, then getting a full ride scholarship to Johns Hopkins University to play there. And then after that, getting a full ride scholarship to University of Manitoba to get my master's degree. So I also got to go to Germany, Greece, and South Korea to play in various music festivals, and I would have never been able to have those opportunities had I not started music in elementary. I went from playing 0 hours a day and messing up in front of class to playing 3 hours a day at 10 years old. The relationships that I had in those places were incredibly invaluable. My first bass teacher is like actually all my teachers at school are like dads. Elementary, university, and grad school, they're like dads. So earlier, somebody else mentioned the American Scientists, the Argument for Music Education article, and I wanted to add that it does kids who are in music have enhanced neural processing of speech sounds and accelerated auditory brain development, which would be super duper awesome for increasing reading scores, because if we can detect finer nuance in the sounds that we're hearing from our teachers, I feel like that would translate over into reading. People who have had music education and involved in music can handle understanding other people's speech in noisy rooms, which would be beneficial for larger class sizes. Also, a long-term benefit, a 65-year-old musician's neural response is indistinguishable from a 25-year-old non-musician, and a 65-year-old who played music as a child and then did not have music opportunities for a long time, fell in the middle somewhere, but was still faster than their peers who had not been involved in music in their age group. So please keep music in the elementary school level. It provides invaluable opportunities in relationship building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Sivankara, John Cole, Joanna Cole, Shenandoah Herda, welcome, and Nancy Darigo.
Good evening. I won't keep you too long. My name is Shenandoah Herder. I'm a Waldorf educator. I'm also the parent of 4 teenagers who are now in the ASD public school system and have benefited from what we've been calling extracurricular programs, those called Ignite, school sports, Music, theatre programs. I have children who play in the youth orchestra now and the youth symphony as well, and have benefited greatly from all of these extracurricular programs. I believe that we are living in a community that values our children's well-being, and if you agree with me that that is the purpose and mandate of our educational institutions, is to help and action and support the values of the community, then it follows that our role, your role, is to promote our children's well-being and success. As an educator, I'm also familiar with the tendency to focus on what are called core subjects to the detriment of extracurricular activities when faced with budget shortfalls like we are facing now. But we do this at our peril. We must remember it is these extracurricular activities that help our students become the balanced human beings we wish them to be. Unfortunately, advanced placement classes do not contribute to balance. School sports, music, and fine arts programs, theatre programs do. We have seen much evidence of this actually just today, just tonight in this room with these kids who have spoken so articulately. These are the kids who are doing these extracurricular programs. These are the kids that you want growing up around us in our community. I've been really impressed with them actually. The extracurricular activities are also the most equitable and cheapest way, perhaps, if you think of long-term success, long-term health, long-term benefits for our community to support student success and wellness. In other words, our adult wellness that we need so much in our communities. Mental health, academic health, and physical health are all connected. Again, I want us to consider the mandate that we have to promote and support our children's well-being and success. High school extracurricular activities and elementary school music. I'm definitely in support of music as an elementary school level teacher for all of our students, are essential to meeting our goals, your goals. And so I think we're together on this and we just have to rethink what's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, is it Tanya Vincent? And Tyler Robinson. Kelly Bakora. Okay. Welcome.
It's way past my bedtime. But that very fact that I am still here late demonstrates how important I think the elementary music programs are. My name is Tanya Vincent, and I've been a cellist in the Anchorage Symphony Orchestra for over 20 years. I have a PhD in ecology, and I've taught at both UAA and APU, and I'm currently employed by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Both of my children have gone from kindergarten through high school in the Anchorage School District. I am a product of a compulsory 4th through 6th grade music program in a public school that required us to be in band, either band, orchestra, or chorus. And I can directly attribute my success in life back to this formative program. And this is why. Gene Kranz was the flight director at NASA during the Apollo program to put a man on the moon. In his autobiography, Failure is Not an Option, he states that the reason that the American team succeeded was because every member had the following 4 qualities. They were tough, they were competent, and had discipline and morale. It turns out these are exactly the skills that were instilled in me at a very early age in my elementary school orchestra. I became tough because I learned to take criticism to improve myself. I learned the value of becoming a competent member of a team. I learned that discipline, I learned discipline. Practice, of course, makes perfect. And in terms of morale, I learned that it doesn't matter the background of who you are, your ethnicity, religion, politics, that all people can come together and cooperate and make something beautiful. And that has given me faith in humanity that has remained with me to this day. I believe you, the board, you understand why elementary music education is important. I believe you understand that. I also understand your hands are tied by budget constraints. But I also think it's important here that all of us here testifying remind our fellow community members and elected officials that it's illogical and frankly unpatriotic to underfund our public school system. So thank you so much for hearing me, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Kelly? The mic's already on.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Kelly Brockra, and I'm the assistant swim coach at East. I'm actually a product of ASD. I'm a product of elementary band and orchestra. I played the oboe in college, and I'm a product of the Ignite program as well. But for the past 2 seasons, what I want to talk to you guys tonight about is I've been the coach of a swim team where probably 80% of my athletes do not swim year round, and most have had no more than maybe a handful of swim lessons as a kid. On their first day, many can't swim the length of a pool. There are 4 places in Anchorage right now that a teenager can learn how to swim with instruction. The YMCA at either the Diamond Center or on Lake Otis, that's $100 a month. Swim America at West High School, $162 for 6 weeks and a $25 registration fee. Chugiak Aquatic Club at Bartlett High School, $100 a month and a $75 one-time registration fee. I know the director of every single one of these programs. Some of them have even spoken here tonight. And I don't blame them for their prices, their locations, or their policies. But the fact remains that Alaska has the highest rate of drowning in the country. And if you're a teenager zoned for East or Bartlett, ASD's 2 Title I neighborhood high schools, these programs are all cost and location prohibitive. So what do these kids do if they want to learn to swim? They join the swim team. I tell kids in the hallway all the time, it doesn't matter if you know how to swim, I'll teach you. I'm so incredibly proud of how these swimmers and how much faster they've gotten this year, but mostly I'm glad to know that they're not going to drown. Because honestly, before they joined my swim team, if they'd fallen into a lake, they absolutely would have. High school swimming doesn't just teach a handful of kids to swim though, because every teenager that learns to swim will grow into an adult that makes sure their kids can. They can take their siblings or nieces and nephews to open swim. I even had one of my swimmers ask me for tips because she's teaching her friend the 1 day a week that the East Pool is open to the public. A lack of ASD funding will effectively cut the sport. Athletes that can afford the club swimming fees will continue to swim, but the sport will become inaccessible to not just the vast majority of my team, but low-income kids throughout the city. I had 19 athletes this year, the most we'd had in years. Without ASD support, next year, I'd anticipate maybe 8. The Bartlett team, to be perfectly honest, probably won't exist. We as a community ask too much of our teachers and our schools, and I don't envy your position. The lack of funding from the state has created the situation, and it's not your fault that the municipality failed to repair the East Pool for nearly 3 years, further increasing the disparity in our low-income part of town. But our pool is now open, and open swim is packed. I ask you to please see the life-saving value of the sport, to not make water safety even harder for my community than it already is.
Thank you very much, Kelly. The hour is getting near. To 11. So we have 2 items left on the agenda. We probably need to move to extend by 10, 15 minutes.
Madam President, I move to extend till 11:15.
Second.
Moved in second to extend till 11:15. Any opposition to extending? All right, we will extend until 11:15. Superintendent's update is our next item J.
Thank you. Good evening, board and ASD community. Given the hour, I will abridge my remarks, but essentially I just wanted to start on a positive note to recognize that today the district fully restored bus transportation service. I just wanted to thank the community for both your patience and your willingness to step in to get students to school this semester, whether you joined our ranks as a bus driver, volunteered, or carpooled. You played a huge role in helping ASD through unprecedented staffing challenges. And then I just wanted to note that we'll be working on longer term strategies so we don't enter this situation again. So even though we've restored service, we'll still be working on ways to ensure that we are efficient with our routes and that we are thinking of innovative ways to keep our bus drivers engaged with ASD throughout the summer months to avoid the attrition that we saw this past year. The second group I wanted to thank would be the community for your robust input and suggestions over the past few months, including tonight and including our town halls. We are listening and we have some difficult choices ahead, but I am very thankful for all of the input that will help guide us in the right direction. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank the legislators and assembly members who attended our annual legislative luncheon. Our elected officials play a major role in shaping education across the state, and without some sort of change, I anticipate these types of difficult conversations will occur every year across the state. So thank you for your attendance and your engagement. That will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. Are there any questions for Dr. Bryant before we move on? And that brings us to our final agenda item, which is school board and administration comments. I'd like to start. I don't know where I started last time. We'll start with Member Holloman and come around. Do you have any comments? Thank you. Member Lessons.
I'm going to say I'm tired. I'm pretty grumpy. Thanks for the two people in the audience, our security guard, for being here. But I'm also optimistic and grateful. And the work that we have before us, I still choose to see the opportunity in that. And yet, we're going to be asked to choose among our different students. I was on a boat this summer and we rescued a 14-year-old boy from the water in Ketchikan. He attributed his ability to get on top of the overturned skiff, even though his life vest didn't inflate, to his ability to his participation on a high school swim team. My own kids are in Ignite. My daughter came up to me the other day and she said, "You're cutting Ignite?" I said, "Well, no, not necessarily. Nobody's decided anything." We hear about music. We hear about PTR. We hear about everything, and everything matters. And I'm just frustrated beyond belief at our diminished purchasing power over years and years and years. And I don't know whether I should call that criminal neglect, but it's benign neglect at the very least. So that's the end of my rant. But I also want to underscore my interest in community input in whatever consolidation and closure possibilities that lie before us this year or the next or the year after that. I'm really concerned that some of the things that may seem neutral on the face, right? Schools' proximity to other schools, the location of transit corridors in Anchorage, those are vestiges of decades of housing and zoning policies that have been documented to have blatantly discriminated against populations in Anchorage. And there are lasting repercussions from practices that predated the 1968 Fair Housing Act. So I don't think we can say that the location of where schools are or the location of transit corridors is a neutral input. I'm also concerned about our utilization rates, which I still don't fully understand. And I think about parts of Anchorage, which include sixth graders in elementary schools, and parts of Anchorage that stop at fifth grade. And I just wonder how that factors in. So I would sincerely appreciate the prospect of working with and learning from community members' values, as we have through the town hall process, but in understanding that the work is many years long, right? We have received recommendations for round one. So I think that we need to make sure that we have community input in this process.
Thank you. Member Wilson.
It's 10:59 now, so I'm going to keep my rant pretty short. And I echo what Member Lessons had said, but I just want to want board members to keep in mind that collaboration, working together and talking through ideas is really important. My frustration lies in hearing those ideas and asking me to vote and move forward on them in this board meeting. And that's difficult for me because I like that collaboration and communication time. And I don't think we get that opportunity if we bring it up here. So keeping my rant short, again, I do want to say the ASD Connect publishes this week. And if you aren't signed up for our monthly newsletter, you can do so on our website homepage and click on Hot Topics. And our next committee meeting is on December 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just looking at our website, and it has not been updated regarding how to provide public comments at a school board meeting.
Yes, it has, Member Donnelly. Would you like for us to show you?
I'm looking at it right here. And
Member Donnelly, we can show you on the website where it is.
It's not under how to provide public comments at school board meetings?
We can show you. It's under board meetings. She can show you right here on the website, but can you get to your comment?
That'd be great, because I think I'll be really happy that it's reflected. You can show me on my computer, yes. Well, in the meantime, the rules of the boardroom. Do not attack a member or speaker's motives. Speakers may point out what she believes to be a natural consequence of a board action, but may not engage in speech that personally attacks others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think we need to link the two sections then, so that if somebody was looking at the instructions of how to participate in the public process knows that they're both those guidelines there and in the other location. Family, God, and country. I have twins in 9th grade, and their class sizes are over 30. It is just a false, despicable lie to suggest that I support defunding education. Why would I do that to my own children? I love my children, and I need this school district to succeed for their sake and for the sakes of all our 42,000 students. And some of the suggestions that were made in the personal attacks on me tonight are, in addition to being wholly inaccurate, were a direct violation of the policies that you read every beginning of every meeting, Madam President, but you didn't act. In 22 years of elected office, I've never supported defunding education. In fact, my record's the exact opposite. As co-chair of the Senate Finance Committee, I personally ensured that the education budget was passed early. Each legislative session, I had authority over the operating budget. I don't know if that's ever really happened again. And then we subsequently increased funding for education, increased the BSA in a time where oil prices were down around $20 a barrel. And we had a massive deficit to deal with, but we prioritized education. I have lived by the creed my entire life that the public schools are one of the absolute essential foundations of our country's greatness. That the United States of America cannot function as a constitutional republic without an educated, enlightened public, and that requires a strong public school system. I've said it over and over and over again. And to my friends in the conservative community that advocate that we should not support public schools, I have fought them and disagreed with them, saying that while I support parental rights and parental choice, we have to have a strong, public, viable, successful public school system in this nation. I mean, going all the way back to de Tocqueville, it was recognized that if this democracy experiment in greatness in a constitutional republic is ever going to succeed, that is an absolute essential for our society. And all of us bear the responsibility for the cost of schools, not just those of us like me that are parents with kids in school. And my comments were clearly directed towards a successful lobbying effort to obtain additional funding for our public school system. I believe that continuing to do what we have unsuccessfully done for the last 6 years is not a successful plan. I believe that there are many things that we can offer legislators to increase the accountability of our school district and school districts all over Alaska. And I offered some of my suggestions for that I have advocated on this board for most of those last 6 years. And I believe that kind of a lobbying strategy would be a very successful strategy and could overcome some of the arguments that we've all heard about not willing to invest additional funds in public education. And to characterize that the way it was characterized tonight, and not have you defend our existing rules, Madam President, is incredibly disappointing to me. Incredibly. Because it was offered in goodwill and as a legitimate suggestion to what I think would be a successful course forward for this district and for districts all over Alaska to reach the goals that we all have, and that's to get adequate funding for our schools and to have accountability and transparency and to move this state forward from the dismal results that we're faced with on a national basis, compared to other states with education here. And I continue to advocate for the specific suggestions I made about increased length of the school year, increased time in the school day to achieve some of the goals that I know many of you share, 60 minutes of recess and lunch for our kiddos, because it's going to be healthy for them. And we need to get as much packed into these short days as possible. And in the kind of curriculum that we know works, we go back to 2012 when this district adopted by resolution the National Common Core standard that's been in place since then. And we can see that hasn't been successful in our scores. And frankly, it probably violates Alaska law because we have Alaska standards, but we don't use the Alaska standards. We use the National Common Core standards by resolution that was adopted in 2012. So I think it's perfectly legitimate. In fact, it's common sense to say, why keep doing something that's not working now? Let's try to do something different. And I have personal experience as a parent at an ABC school of the success of Saxon math and Spalding reading. And I know everybody gets tired of hearing me talk about it, but they work. And educators know they work. And we ought to be trying to expand upon those, even incrementally, even if it was just one new school a year that actually could teach Spalding, or one new school a year that adopted Saxon math. Because we see the numbers. The numbers don't lie. The data doesn't lie. They are successful. They're more difficult to teach. They're sometimes challenging for folks that were not taught those at the university time. But we can teach teachers to teach better. And we can teach teachers to teach reading better. And we need to make sure that there's a strong link between the policy of this board and what's going on in our classrooms, because we had some, right before the pandemic, we had some solid evidence that our phonics-based reading curriculum was succeeding in those schools that were actually utilizing it. It was a moment of hope as far as our reading capabilities in this community. And if we continue to ignore that, we're doomed to failure. I support the movement towards better, more phonics-based reading, because I believe it's proven to be successful. We need to make sure it's actually happening in our classrooms, and that's accountability. And for people to be afraid of accountability, well, that's just incredibly disappointing, because that's the only way we're going to move forward. We've got a lot of progress we need to do in this state on education, and I'm committed to continue to work for the interests of our students and our parents and our community, because we have to turn this thing around. And related to that, I am concerned or discouraged that the examples we were given tonight as far as our measures of progress in reading and math would downgrade those targets by significant percentages. I understand that we lost ground during the pandemic. But still, I don't know if this is the time to be reducing our expectations. So I am concerned about that. I'll look forward to the debate and the discussion of that, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Donnelly. Member Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify my understanding of our board guidelines in that we give the public broad latitude to say just about anything they'd like that doesn't disrupt our meeting when it pertains to board members, but we do protect staff and the environment of our meeting in case youth are present. And so I fully support the public who have held us accountable. I think there have been extreme examples of that, including testifiers who have stated that they would prefer that criminal charges be filed against some of us. And that's within the last year. And so I think it did approach one board member tonight, but I think it's been each of us at a certain point or time. And so did want to clarify that. I did want to thank everyone who came out to provide testimony tonight. I do think we have to consider as we navigate through the rest of our budget process, considering reorganizing our meetings to make sure we're maximizing opportunity for folks to testify, even if that means moving 75 testifiers towards the front of the meeting, because we can engage in our conversation at 10 o'clock. It's not fair to ask the public to do the same, in my opinion. With that said, I do want to express appreciation for the work that staff have engaged in to get us to this point. I'm looking forward to Saturday when we're going to start to be more solution oriented and more active as problem solvers as a board, and hoping that we can come together to make the best of a bad situation while we continue to advocate for what's right for our students and our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
My personal privilege. I just want to clarify. I agree with Member Jenkins. In fact, Jenkins. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going back in history.
We have 3 minutes left.
The irony is that some of the comments we heard tonight, if you go and you look at the footnotes for the letter the National School Board Association sent to the Department of Justice, if you go and you actually view those videos of parents that they wanted to classify as domestic terrorists, they were very similar to the testimony we heard tonight. That's what's really concerning, because I 100% support the free speech that was exercised tonight. I didn't object because I believe it was protected by free speech, but we do have a policy, and the policy needs to be administered equally.
I think the policy was, it's my turn. We have 2 minutes. The policy was administered equally. I disagree with your assessment of not being protected. I mean, we are public servants. We have engaged in and been exposed to all kinds of rude, unfair comments, both in this boardroom and in other boardrooms. So that is part of what we have to be able to take. Anyway, Dr. Bryant, do you have any final comments?
Just good night and drive safe.
All right, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.